fact, for ControlCase, of course, our CEO will talk more about that, but I'm pleased to say that we added the latest one was the most difficult one, which is for defense, FedRAMP accreditation. We are certifying body for that. In this particular presentation, which will be made by the esteemed speakers, not only they will cover how to have ease in attaining, maintaining, retaining compliances, but application of advanced technology like AI, machine learning, and automation, which is, I think, the name on the day. In addition, we will have opportunity to participate in a number of panel discussions and executive forums where some of the industry leaders who are here, amongst you who were kind to agree to be part of these panels, will provide impetus to the knowledge sharing through interactive sessions. Please participate when we have those sessions. I wish to briefly talk about ControlCase, very briefly, as your trusted partner. And I say trusted because the retention I see with ControlCase is really very, very encouraging. And that means we trust each other. Any business can only be retained with first is the trust, and then obviously the next is the performance. So trust is the most important. So let me talk about things. So basically, as you can see, what we do, we are trying to deliver assurance in highly complex market, which you can see here. The trust is every day. Any day you don't have a trust, you won't work with us. And that is under high regulations, global operations, because we are in all the countries, almost 50 countries with 1,500 customers. Highly dependency on external assurances, which means could be regulatory bodies, could be your customers, etc., etc. The more and more in many countries becoming on a board level accountability and to ensure that all the regulations are being maintained. And then if anything goes wrong, your reputation and our reputation is always at risk. And therefore, we always ensure that we work with you, through you, together as your partner in progress as we are doing. And I'm very happy to say, I keep telling that at least currently 25 of my customers with whom I have started working are now multi-billionaires. They started from my room and I went there and I met them and they say, we want to do this. And I can name some of these when we meet informally, but they're multi-billionaires. And I feel very happy about that. I don't get anything, even $1 million out of that, but I feel I'm a billionaire, because of few people. So wish you all the best. Yeah, so you can see where are we. We are actually everywhere. We are across borders, across these, our own presence is in almost 16 countries and we are growing and we'll keep growing. Our clients are in about 48 countries at the moment. And you will see that we move everywhere. We cover all the industry sectors, banks, financial institutions, telecom, defense, healthcare, technology, BPO, KPOs, retail, manufacturing, education, hospitality, travel and entertainment, construction, energy. Some of the industry sector experts are here, and you will see them talking when we have the panel discussions. Yeah, next one. So this is where our clients are. We couldn't accommodate all of these because we have some places, few clients, but majority of the places we have clients that are all covered here. And I wish to see this next time when I come, maybe in 2 or 3 parts so that I can cover many more. With that, let me introduce Josh, my younger brother and good colleague. He is our Chief Revenue Officer, and he is very dynamic, bringing a lot of progress to the company with background of hardcore business development. And I will now ask him to continue from here, and I hope to come back to you a little later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Before he starts, I had 2 small things. One, I wish to say that one of our good friends and customer, one of the first few customers, CISO, Arup Chatterjee, who was with WNS, now with Capgemini, he died last week, and I wish to say that we miss him. And also I wish to say that one of our deputy global CISO from another company with whom we work for last 15 years plus is Genpact. He has published a very informative book on titles CISO's Essential Guide, and in case you wish to have a look at that, I think it will be available just for review. So please have a look, and I wish to compliment Genpact and Shriram on that achievement. Give him a big hand for his achievement.
Thank you, sir. I feel humbled and honored to get to follow sir on stage. He has developed a vision and mission that I think we've all gravitated towards. And he's the reason that many of us are here. The relationships that we have, it's because of you, sir, so thank you. We're gonna have a lot of PowerPoint this week, so I'm gonna do my best to keep this light. I've got one slide, and this is it. And there's a few points that sir made so eloquently that I may duplicate during this. First of all, compliance is global. In this room today, we're represented by 29 countries. As a company, ControlCase delivers to over 70. What we do is not individual to the country that we're a part of, although at times it is. We deliver something that is global, and we share in that global experience. And the model that we've developed is a partnership model. You're our partners. We're your partner. Your success is our success. We have found, I believe, the secret sauce to crafting a relationship where we're trusted, where you're trusted, where when we get in a room together, we can strategize, we can arrive at conclusions, we can come up with new ways of doing things, we can be creative in our approach, but at the same time, we can co-deliver an outcome that's needed. It's needed for you, it's needed for us. And for that partnership, I'm grateful that you're here. You have found a way to take time out of your day, to find a way to spend time here with us, with your colleagues, to make this an event that's going to be worthwhile. And I'm going to share something about that before I leave the stage. The shared experiences that we have are meaningful, whether it's across a specific framework where many of us are working through PCI, whether it's across building teams that can formulate the right answers, or creating technologies that have made this easier over time. Compliance has changed over the years. But at the same time, we've all changed with it together. We're on this journey together. And so with those shared experiences, I have an expectation. And the expectation that I have to try and motivate you a little bit is that you share those experiences with the people that are here with you. It's important to spend time listening to what happens on stage. We have relevant presentations. We have an opportunity to listen to experts, both from within ControlCase and without. We have panel sessions that are going to create an environment where we have dialogue that's taking place on stage. There's also all of these other opportunities to work through this common journey that we all have, because we are all on the same pathway. And so for each of you, if I could motivate you to do one thing, it's to choose the right adventure. And so as children, you might have had those choose your adventure books where you get to open up and you get to decide whether you go to page 16 or page 30. Well, when we all come to conferences like this, whether we're attendees or presenters, we get to choose our own adventure. We get to decide, are we going to be a participant? Are we going to do email? Are we going to go off and have private conversations? Are we going to go off and spend time with the people that we know? Or are we going to find ways to spend time with people that we don't know, to learn things that we haven't had the experience to learn before, to have an opportunity to learn about others' experiences in this shared global model that we're all a part of? So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to try and motivate you to choose a particular adventure, and that is to be interactive, to be a participant, to get more out of this event than you might normally get out of an event. We have gathered in this room, whether we're talking about ControlCase people or talking about other colleagues, whether we're talking about our companies, the partnerships that we've had, we have gathered a room full of experts. And this is a time to take the opportunity to learn. And so my ask of you is to choose that adventure, to be a part of it, to be a participant in everything that we do. I am honored and grateful that all of you have taken time away from your families, from your jobs, from your day-to-day life to be here with us. It's an us thing, it's a we thing. I hope you'll be a part of it in every way that you can be. And if you need help along the way, there's a room full of people here that will help guide you to that right conversation, that right person. Thank you for being here. And sir, thank you for leading us through this.
For the first time, I think we saved time, and compliments to you and me both together. Okay, so I think Satya. Okay, I think let me invite Mike Jana, our group CEO, to the stage for his inaugural keynote address. And before he starts, may I also request Satya and Shamla, Dr. Shamla, to be here for a few seconds.
What trouble are you causing, Suresh?
Yeah, so I only wish to say that how fortunate we are to have our Group CEO, Mike Jana, with us for almost about 5 years now. He brings leadership excellence
6.
to ControlCase. We were technologically advanced when we started, but he has brought both technological further advancement coupled with business advancement together. And therefore, on behalf of ControlCase family, I must say that we are proud to recognize your visionary leadership, Mike, in driving quantum growth. I mean, we were having percentage growth, but not the quantum growth, across technology and business through a sustainable long-term strategy. Why is sustainable? Because I didn't recognize him last year, because I wanted to see, is it sustainable? And Mike, you proved that. So I thought, let me do that. And with that, may I request the presentation on behalf of Mike. This is the very small.
Thank you.
I am also pleased to say that, as I always call her, my sister, Dr. Shamla. I mean, I shouldn't have called her doctor now, before I announce, but she attained her doctorate in business administration from University of Marymount few months back, after working very, very hard. And I think she is so versatile that anything which any one of us cannot do, she does. And which is good and bad, because it puts us at risk that maybe she will do what I do, but at the moment she does what we cannot do. So having said that, I think we would like to honor her with a small memento to say, ControlCase family proudly recognizes Dr. Shamla Boyd, our Chief Risk Officer. That's only part of her designation. As I say, she does everything what none of us do.
Okay.
And on being conferred the degree of Doctor of Business Administration by Marymount University, USA. Wish you all the best, and we are very proud of having you.
I'm so proud of you. Here. Thank you. Okay.
Only thing I wish to say you that our senior leadership team is missing one of our senior leader, which is our Chief Finance Officer, and he's always worried about finance, so he didn't decide to travel. So he is not there. Rest of us all there. Mike, thank you. Thank you. Now over to you.
What's next? So anytime I get an award from Suresh, I get a little concerned, There's something else going on. And when I look out on this magnificent room and all you fine people, and I notice that Daryl, our CFO, is not here, I figured it out. We're over budget for the conference yet again. Is that correct, Suresh? Yes, yes. I want to thank everyone for coming. This event is very important to our company. This is our global meeting. We now have participants from the Americas, from Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. It's wonderful to see all of you in this room. I think this is the 4th or 5th conference that I've been to, and every year it gets bigger and better. And every year, Suresh goes a little bit over budget. So I think this year will be no different than any other year. But I'm delighted that you could join us. It's very important for our company to have this time with you, and it's greatly appreciated. I'm going to give, as I do every year, a quick overview of ControlCase, and then we'll get on to the presentations on compliance and things going on in the industry. I'll cover our view of the IT security marketplace. What do we see happening across the globe? Talk a little bit about how the company is doing and our strategy and our investments, and also about our people. Without our people, we're nothing. And we invest significantly every year in improving the wages and the benefits and the training for our employees. It's vitally important to us, and we survey our employees to make sure that our investments have meaning to them, and I'll give you a progress report on that as well. This, I talked a little bit about this last year. The marketplace, the expectation over the next 10 years is that the market will double. Overall, for the compliance marketplace, it may reach $1.5 to $2 trillion across the world. It's enormous. This is good news for ControlCase because we focus on it. It's also good news for all of you. There is certainly long-term prospects for the things that we work on and we care about for our companies. And that's seen by all the market analysts. One of the startling things that came up a year or so ago was the fastest growing market in the world was not the Americas, it was not EU, it was APAC, and that is still the case. Even for our business, the fastest growing market for us is the APAC marketplace. Now, there has been a change in the last year. We talked a little bit about CMMC. CMMC is a standard based on NIST that is adopted in the US and is specific to suppliers to the US Defense Department. The rule was finalized last December, and we've seen enormous growth in the US and around the world of companies that are adopting the CMMC standard so that they can bid on contracts with the US Defense Department. When we were here last year, this was just emerging. The rule had just been passed in December. We're not really sure exactly what the rollout was going to look like, but it has certainly been tremendous growth. That's the most startling new thing that we see in the marketplace for compliance. I think ControlCase has signed well over 100 new clients just in the CMMC area. Little known about CMMC, but there are thousands of businesses in APAC and in Europe that are suppliers to the US defense industry. I know from speaking with many of you that some of your businesses will be affected by this standard. And ControlCase, because we're a global company, is going to be uniquely positioned to help you become compliant to CMMC if that's something that is required for your contracts with the US government. We have a number of folks who are certified to provide these services, and we'll be able to do this pretty much anywhere in the world in 2026. The things that are driving the growth in the compliance industry remain fairly steady. Increase in value of information and systems and data, there's no end in sight for this. For the last 20 years, the information we put into our systems every day is what runs our business. It's the most valuable currency we have as businesses, is the information that's in our systems. And those systems are constantly under attack. And the threat dynamics have not changed. They're going up. With AI, they're more complicated and sophisticated. And having a good, strong compliance program is essential to protecting your business. So that's one of the key dynamics causing the growth in our marketplace. Finally, government and industry regulations have long been what is driving our industry. PCI, many of us comply or work in the PCI space, and certainly the credit card industry, the retail transaction industry, and the mandates from Visa and MasterCard around PCI has driven growth for all of us. Similarly, we see privacy work led by Europe with GDPR becoming more and more important every year in Europe and all markets around the world. And then the latest innovation around compliance being CMMC, being driven based on the NIST framework out of the US and the US government. One of the other things that we're seeing is technology is becoming more and more important to helping companies do compliance. I'll flip to the 10-year-old, 20-year-old strategy for ControlCase, which is still relevant, and it's centered around technology. Technology and people together are key for a business to have a good compliance program, and it's certainly key to what we do here at ControlCase. I bring this up because this has been our strategy for the last 10 or 15 years, and it hasn't changed. So there are companies every year, they have a new strategy, they never succeed. A great company has a strategy that stands the test of time, and the strategy put together by Suresh and Kishore Vaswani 10, 15 years ago remains the cornerstone of our business today. And we believe that it continues to be very relevant in the current market conditions. The first thing up there is to make compliance easier for all of you. We work hard on this every day. Our investment in our people and technology is all designed to make sure that the demands of the regulatory environment that you participate in, your clients' demands, are easier to satisfy with a combination of great people and technology, which is what we focus on here at ControlCase. The second thing is to use automation and IT certification and audit. At this point, everyone here knows about Compliance Hub. How many people who have their businesses use Compliance Hub? Let me see a show of hands. There's 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on. You're all using Compliance Hub. We've invested in this GRC platform for, I don't know, Suresh, it's got to be 15 years now. We were a visionary in the marketplace in having a GRC as part of the service offering. There are some independent software providers these days, companies like Vanta and Drata. We partner with these folks, but we believe the best solution for anybody is the combination of a technology and service provider. And that's been central to our strategy. With Compliance Hub, with ACE, our automated compliance engine, this speeds up the process of pulling in evidence from cloud systems. And in the last 2 years, we've adopted AI and integrated that into the Compliance Hub application. The combination of people and technology, we think, is essential to a great compliance program, and we invest a great deal every year to make sure that we can provide that to you. The second piece is peace of mind through visibility. You know when you use Compliance Hub exactly where you stand with ControlCase in any one of your audits. Visibility, understanding where we are in the audit process and the compliance process with you all is vitally important. It's no mystery. Everybody's working from the same console and dashboard. And again, this is a 15-year vision. We think it still holds true today, and continue to invest in it to make sure that it keeps pace as technology and market conditions change in our marketplace. AI being a great example. Within a week or so of ChatGPT becoming generally available, we launched a development process to look at how could we use a large language model to speed up and improve the process for you all. So very swiftly, we made investments in that, and for the last 2 years, we've had generally available capabilities in that area. So today, when Suresh touched on some of this, when we look at ControlCase, there are providers who are global like we are, but we believe we are uniquely positioned as a global provider of IT compliance. There are bigger providers in the US, there are bigger providers in Europe, there are bigger providers in APAC. Uniquely among all of them, we are the most global provider of IT compliance that just focuses on IT compliance. That's important to our mission. It's been the focus of our business for 20 years, tech-enabled, global, from day one when the company was founded some 21 years ago. Suresh pulled up some of the countries that we provide services in. I think we send bills to 70 plus countries today. So we are doing business in 70 countries around the world. I don't know how many countries are represented in this room, probably 20 or so represented just in this room. But we provide services to 70 countries around the world. We have people in 20 plus countries around the world. They're able to travel pretty much anywhere to provide service for you and your entities. Let's see, we talked about 60, Suresh mentioned 60 certifications. When you look at derivatives of like PCI 3.0 and 4.0, and you include all the different variations that exist, it's actually some 100 plus standards that we support. There are very few providers who support the breadth of services that we do. We've done, I don't know, we've had this 10,000 plus audits up here. It's got to be close to 20,000 audits at this point, Suresh, over the last 20 years. A lot of experience. Our people have enormous experience in providing audit and compliance services to you all. And it's important for us to maintain continuity on that, continue to invest in our people so they can do a great job for you. We have well over 1,000 blue chip clients in the countries that we serve. And many of them are here. And last night at the reception, I was struck by how many customers I recognized from the earlier meetings and had Suresh talk about, well, we've been a customer for 15 years. We've been a customer for 10 years. We've been a customer for 5 years. As Suresh says, it's very important for us to provide great service so we can build long relationships with you all. And I thank you for that. I think at this point, we're over 400 security experts. We will be adding people this year, as we did last year, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Our people are vitally important to us. In every year since, I think, 2020, we've done a survey of our employees annually at the end of the year. And the purpose of the survey is called the Dennison Survey, is to see how employees feel about working at ControlCase. The survey on the left is 2021. The goal is to be in the outer quadrant in all 12 categories. And you can see in 2021, although we were strong in some areas, some weaknesses in capability development, empowerment, core values, vision, strategic direction. I think probably the one that was most shocking to me in 2021 was, I mean, the reason I joined this company is I love the strategy. I met with Kishore and our investors and did a review of what ControlCase was doing, and I was struck by how forward-looking ControlCase's strategy was. It was really compelling to me as somebody who'd been in the IT industry and the technology industry for a long time. Tech-enabled service provider, automation, focused on being global, it all resonated with me. And when I got here, this was during COVID, we did this survey to our employees, and the employees were saying, we don't understand the strategy. It really struck me that there are things that we could do for our employees that would help make the company better for the people who worked here. So every year we do this survey and we get feedback from our customers. And in 2025, I think the survey went out in October, we went from about 60% in the top quadrant to on every single aspect. Our employees said we had achieved excellence in the top quadrant. The toughest one for us was capability development. That one for a very long time had lagged at less than 75, 80% score. And we spent a lot of time Udemy training and certification to make sure that our employees knew we thought it was important to invest in them. If you're at ControlCase, we want you to feel like every year you're improving your knowledge and experience. And if you created your resume, every year the resume would be more impressive. Finally, after about 5 years of effort, the employees agreed with us that the capability development program that we built within the company had attained the highest quadrant goal. We think this is really important for you because you interact with our employees all the time, and it's our employees who carry the flag for ControlCase, and the better they feel about their capabilities, and that if you can see that when you're working with them, we think the better chance we have for a long relationship with you all. Employees are vitally important to us. The Denison survey has been a cornerstone of our effort to train and take care of our employees, and we're very proud of achieving top quadrant performance in all 12 aspects of employee engagement. So, as I mentioned on the earlier slide, ControlCase is financially strong. Now, don't think that we're overly profitable. We're just profitable enough. There's no need for you to come and say, "Hey, Mike, you're too profitable. We need a price reduction." We're just profitable enough, which is a good thing. You want to do business with companies that are financially strong. We are financially strong. What we do, because we're financially strong, is we invest in the business. We talked a little bit about this last year, same sort of characteristics. We'll probably add 100 plus people in 2026 to our business. When I get up here next year, I think we'll probably be close to 500 people in the organization. We improve employee benefits and training every single year. For the last 5 or 6 years, every single year, we have improved employee benefits and training. And that's one of the reasons why you see in the Denison survey the improvement in the scores for our employees. And we did that in 2025 for 2026. Key to our program has been the intern program. This is an innovation. It was an idea that came from our global president, Suresh Dadlani. The people with the skills necessary to do the work for you, they're in short supply, and it's difficult to get them. And so we launched a program 3 or 4 years ago to bring interns into the business and train them up. So we always have a pipeline of young people who've learned how to do compliance the ControlCase way who are coming up. And this program's been very important to us in the last few years. I can't tell you how many times I've had one of our vice presidents or delivery leaders, practice leaders come up to me and say, "So-and-so was an intern 2 years ago. We were amazed at how quickly they picked things up and how great they've been for our business. They're now a full-time employee, and they're very valuable to us." Very important to us to develop young talent. This has been a key program for us for the last, 4 or 5 years. And I can still remember the meeting with Suresh where we were talking about, wow, we have all this business. We can't hire enough people in order to meet the demand. What are we going to do? And Suresh said we should have a long-term program around internships. The internship program today is US, Colombia, and India. We have interns in all 3 of those markets. A year or so ago, we bought a partner in Colombia. We're expanding delivery, continue to expand into Latin America. We have 2 of our very fine associates from Colombia here. I think Juan and please stand up, say hello. And Julio, yes? I think this is the first time, Shamla, we've had associates from our Colombia division. We're a real global company. We have delivery in many countries. It's important for us in the Americas time zone to have a big operation. We've chosen Colombia as the center of that and continue to invest on that. And if you run into these folks, introduce yourselves. They're really super assets for our business. As I talked about, 2+ years ago, we started our journey integrating AI. It's really important. All of our employees, I'm sure all of your employees are using AI in one form or another every day in their business. It's one thing to go into ChatGPT or Grok or anything else and ask a question on the bot. It's another thing to engineer an LLM inside of your technology. The key there is prompt engineering. If you played around with AI, you know that it's very difficult to get consistent, reliable results. We believe we have cracked the code on that with prompt engineering. That engineering and research and development on our behalf is now integrated into Compliance Hub, and we hope that it helps you in your compliance journey, get answers quicker, reliable, consistent, and speed up the process of becoming compliant. Another key fundamental in our business is, as our business has expanded, just like I said at the beginning of the meeting, the most valuable thing in many of our companies is the information inside the company. That's certainly the case for ControlCase. The information inside of our systems, very valuable to our company. Like many businesses who have grown rapidly, though, the information was not well organized and it was not connected between the systems. The sales systems, we use Salesforce as our CRM, NetSuite for financials, ConnectWise for our back end. These systems are not interconnected. So the information flow between those systems was not great. A lot of spreadsheets, people having meetings, talking on the phone to make sure sales was aligned with operations, was aligned with finance. A couple of years ago, we went on a journey of putting this information together. We use Power BI as the business intelligence platform that sits over all of our systems, and that continues to be a key investment for us. We think it'll have an impact on you in that our information and the way we conduct business with you will be quicker and more reliable. So that's another area of investment for our business, is our systems and our processes to make sure we're more efficient and effective in serving you. Talked about in the technology area, AI integrations and self-assessments. We think that as how many of you have looked at our website and seen the Get Started button on our website? Any of you? No? Only a few of you? I encourage you to go to controlcase.com, and right on the front you'll see a Get Started. And we have embedded technology right on our website that'll enable you to do a self-assessment against any one of the major frameworks. We think that making the technology and what we've learned over the last 20 years about compliance available to you and to our clients right on our website is an important aid, and that's an area where we continue to do a lot of investment. It could be important if you're trying to figure out, I'm PCI and ISO compliant. We do have a division that contracts with the U.S. defense industry. What would it look like to be CMMC compliant? That's available right there. Those kinds of assessments are available right there on the front page of our website. And then finally, our key capabilities in our business. We're an audit provider, professional services. This is an initiative that Suresh has led. We're happy to help you if you have a problem or a project. Make sure you get in touch with Suresh and our sales associates. We'd love to help you with that. And then finally, of course, cybersecurity testing. We do tens of thousands of tests for our clients around the world. Bebo is here this week, and I believe will be speaking later on. These are the three areas where we continue to invest in our capabilities. So, any questions for me? Do we have a microphone? Yeah?
Hi. Hi, Mike. This is Valmiki here from Rangsons Aerospace. Just tell me more about the internship which you are talking about.
What was that?
The
Internship?
internship, yeah. How the engagement will happen.
Did you?
He said, just tell him a little bit more about our internship program.
We recruit from in India. We recruit from universities. Which Suresh? Do you know what universities we're recruiting from?
Yeah, the universities like Triple IT and universities like Symbiosis in Pune, and then from Gujarat, Gandhinagar for cybersecurity testing, and other similar universities. There are many in Bhopal, etc., etc. But there are at least 8 of these universities we work with. And in fact, we are trying to encourage them to be partners with us so that we are the first to select people and not the last one or in the middle. And Mike, we have been doing with at least 8 universities already, but we are trying to expand that further.
Yep.
And if you want to know the program, I think we start, basically we train them on the job. They're bright students who pass out, maybe sometime 1 or 2 years experience. And then we train them on the job with senior people, like Badri sitting here, or Alok, they're the senior vice presidents and vice presidents here. Now what happens is that, what is their youth has energy and desire to learn, and they have experience. So between the two of them, they make a good combination so that the enthusiasm remains and the customer connect remains, and we don't compromise on anything because the experience is still there.
The internship typically 6 months, 6 to 12 months, Suresh. Is that correct?
See, our internship is 2 years,
2 years?
with different remunerations, but
Yep.
the bright one, they get cut short the training period to 6 months to 1 year. Most of them, they become permanent member, full-time employees within 6 to 12 months. There are very, very few who go to 2 years time, so we do that. Yeah.
It's a good question. Thank you.
Hi, Mike. I'm Jaslina Moses from Evergen Technologies. So as in the conversation, you were talking about Vanta and Drata, right, which is an automate compliance. So are you also planning to have that automate compliance in your GRC portal? So right now we are doing control mapping and, mapping with others standards and regulations. But what about giving an opportunity to the companies where they can, upload their policies and share it to the teams? And so anything that you're thinking in that broader perspective?
Shamla, I caught about half of that. I can't, the speakers here are not super clear.
So you want me to repeat the question? I can do that.
Yeah, please.
Having an echo, right? So you were talking about Vanta and Drata, right?
Yeah.
So I think recently they are in the bigger perspective of automate compliance.
Yeah.
So right now, ControlCase GRC portal provides where the control mapping with different regulations and standards.
Yeah.
So any broader perspective that ControlCase is thinking in automate the compliance?
Yeah, the self-service initiative that I talked that I talked about earlier is really our a key area for that. We today for Compliance Hub, that's included in our service. You don't need a license for Compliance Hub. If you're our customer, we make that that technology available to you. With the self-service initiative, we think in the next year or so, everything that's done by Vanta and Drata, you're going to be able to do from our website. Anybody who has a question about their compliance journey would be able to do that through the self-service portal on the website. I really believe tech-enabled services is the right way to provide compliance solutions to the marketplace. The standalone technology providers, it's interesting, but without people to help you on your compliance journey, we don't think it's complete. So we invest in our technology. The self-service capability, I think, is what you're getting at. That will expand and improve over time. And we think that's the right approach to the marketplace. Now, we partner with Vanta and Drata. We have customers who use those technologies. We're happy to support that. But we think the right way to do it is the way ControlCase does it. Satya, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah. So I think it's a great question, first of all, and Mike has already, mentioned about these technologies. These are purely technology players versus we are actually tech-enabled IT certification provider. What that means is basically what you see in Vanta and Drata is something which you are getting out of the box when you have any IT certifications or cybersecurity services with us. You did mention about control mapping. It is already there in the compliance hub. Tomorrow look for a session from our CTO on our innovation in the technology. That's where we are going to demonstrate entire thing, how we are doing it. We already have about 60 plus standards, regulations, and IT standards which are already mapped within our compliance hub. And that's where we have come up with offering called as One Audit, where all these controls are mapped at the back using a integrated compliance. So certainly there is a session on it, but happy to give you a quick demo so that you get a confidence that how we are better, and how you get the service through a tech-enabled platform from ControlCase.
All right, the big red sign says time's up here. Thank you for your question. That was a very good question, both of them on the internships and on control mapping. I hope you have a chance to sit down with our technology folks and see what Satya's talking about. And the internship program, definitely important to our business in terms of developing talent and bringing that in. Very good questions. Thank you all for coming. And I look forward to the next 24 hours with all of you.
Hello, Mike. Hello. Mike?
We had one more question.
One question.
Yeah. Okay, one more question.
I saw in your presentation there was mention about the adoption of AI. You are adapting some AI? How the AI adoption have been enabled to improve the process, audit process? I mean, you are using AI, some adapting AI
Satya?
process, or how you are improving to reduce the audit?
Yeah, Satya, can you help me answer that one?
So again, we are talking about AI, and in Compliance Hub, AI is already implemented. Okay, if you are doing any certifications today with ControlCase, you will see that as soon as you upload any evidence on any of the questions, automatically AI reads that particular question evidence and instantaneously gives you a feedback. Where you have to wait for days when assessors have to get back to you with whether the evidence uploaded is pass or fail, or what is lacking, you get that feedback instantaneously within 5 minutes. So that's what we are talking about, and that's getting expanded. So you would see some demo of that tomorrow as well. Thank you.
So I think we will have time also during network sessions when we are out, and Satya and his team, including the CTO, they'll be all available to talk to you, and I think we should make use of that. So Mike, thank you very much for presenting the company's vision. And as I mentioned, he's our visionary leader, and actually God sent CEO, I can tell him sometime. So I think we are very proud of it. Let me now come to the next one. It's an honor to introduce Troy Leach, a visionary cybersecurity leader and the driving force behind some of the most critical global security standards in use today. As the founding CXO of the PCI Security Council, Troy led the development of PCI standards framework and testified before US Congress, and brought the reputation of a trusted strategist for the world's largest organization, which is PCI SSC. Currently, as a Chief Strategy Officer, he is with Cloud Security Alliance, and he's at the forefront of shaping the safety and security of AI, cloud, and emerging technologies. Beyond his technical expertise, Troy is dedicated advocate for community building and mentorship, believing that trust and inclusions are essential currencies in a secure digital world. You will very shortly listen to him. And please join me in welcoming a true global cybersecurity leader, Troy Leach.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Have we all had our coffee and tea? Because Josh was on the stage earlier and he was bragging that he had one slide. I unfortunately, and as I do every January for ControlCase, have a brand new presentation, and I put on a lot of slides. So we're going to go through this very fast. It's going to be a little bit technical, and there's going to be things on these slides that I'm not going to cover just for sake of time, but I wanted to have them in the presentation so that you can download it. I'm giving this away for free, so you can have all this information to come back to. But this really is going to be a pivotal year for all of us when it comes to AI. We think of all the things that are happening. I was just on the phone this morning with my colleague at CSA, and he was telling me a story of last month his dishwasher went out. So this gentleman, he actually is leading some of our AI research, and so he said he went to Claude, and he said, sent a video and said, my dishwasher is making this sound, fix it. The AI went out, looked at the sound, diagnosed the problem, found the part that he needed, tried to buy it for him, realized that the part was the AI tried to buy it in the US version of Amazon, corrected itself because he lives in Canada, went to the Canadian Amazon website, bought it, and delivered it to his house. This is something that we're not talking 5, 10, 20 years from now. This has happened last month, where we're starting to see AI agents being able to go out and conduct commerce for consumers. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, both from all the advancements that you're going to see this year, as well as what you're going to see from a cybersecurity perspective. But before I get going, just kind of set what I'm going to be talking about. We have, and I don't know if I can make the slides a little bigger. My old eyes are, now I see it. I might need the slide a little bit bigger so I'm not always turning back here. But last year I had the R's of that I came with, the regulation, all the things we were talking about AI. I'm actually now going to be talking about the I's, and mostly the identity. How are we going to identify these agents that are working on our behalf? The intent, how do we validate that what we've actually agreed the agent can go do autonomously by itself, that we agreed to that? And what are the instruments? What are the tools that we are going to allow for that? And then finally, we're going to talk a little strategy of how these things are going to be implemented. So Suresh gave a quick background, so I won't spend too much on the slide, but just a little of mine. I am a technologist at heart. I have been in this field for about 30 years. Part of that was as I was building up some security strategy at American Express. I had the great idea that we should come together collectively, globally, to build cybersecurity standards that were universal. And that led to me partnering with people at MasterCard and Visa to create PCI. So I heard that mentioned by Mike a few times on the stage already. And so I helped lead the PCI Council, creating the standard, and led that standards development for about 18 years. And I always say to people when they want to talk PCI compliance, I never had anything to do with compliance. I helped create the standards, helped establish the assessors. And so if you have looked at the PCI standard and you've thought over the years, that was great. That is what the industry needed. It was probably my recommendation. There's other controls in there that you thought, well, I don't need to do that. That's too much documentation. That was probably Nitin's suggestion or someone else at the PCI Council. But what I'm doing today is I work for Cloud Security Alliance, and at CSA, we are a nonprofit, globally based. We have chapters all over the world, about 160 chapters. These dates, data is a little out of date. We have, in fact, here in Dubai, we have a chapter as well. And what we do is we build out research, best practices, all free, available on our website to go look at. We also build frameworks. We have a cloud framework, an AI framework, one on quantum computing. And what we try to be is not necessarily the end result, but we try to be the tip of the spear, trying to create what are those best cybersecurity practices for whatever the new technology that's coming to market. And of that research, we have done a lot on agentic AI. So here are just a few of the papers. You can go to our website today and download and get quite a bit of recommendations around best practices on how to red team agentic systems, how to look at the identity and access management. We're going to touch on that a little bit. Security and governance of AI in general. And in fact, I'm about to launch, if it doesn't launch today, it launches tomorrow, a new survey. About every 3 years, we do a very big report on the state of cloud and now AI in financial services. I'll be writing that report with my colleagues. It'll come out sometime this spring. And we look at all the adoption in particular industry sectors to see what is the regulatory challenges, what are the technical challenges, and other limitations for building out that technology. We also have two frameworks I mentioned. Particularly in AI, we have the AI control matrix. So this is looking at the large language models, the ML DevOps that are around it, all of the software and agents, how they could validate to some of the security controls that we think are relevant. And we also have one on threat modeling specifically for AI agents. Because I'm talking about AI agents today, I highly recommend our Maestro framework as well. And we're also, a little plug, it's also free to volunteer and join us with this research. We are building out also a AI control plane this year as well. So last year, I was up on the stage talking about large language models mostly, and talking about the security of them. And there really was 4 basic principles that I found not only in a lot of the cybersecurity frameworks. OWASP has their framework. We have AICM. There is NIST has one, ISO 42001. And then you look at all the regulation as well. You have the European AI Act. You have other regulatory frameworks that have come out. And it really boiled down to about 4 principles. Safe and secure. In cyber, that's something we get very familiar with. Can we trust it? Transparent and explainable. That one we've struggled with a little bit, especially because sometimes we treat these large language models as a black box and don't have all the underlying understanding of how they create their answers. We have resilient and adaptable, being able to, once there is a compromise, once there is something that needs to be reversed, how do we get out of that? And then accountable. How do we work through the ability to audit, have the ability to have humans be able to explain how they came to the evidence that they've collected. But today, we're going to be talking about agents. So first of all, maybe if we can explain what an agent is. There's really 3 key principles that make an agent so unique and really is going to overhaul what we're doing. The first is that it's persistent memory, right? So today, just as a show of where we are in our AI journey as a collective, how many people here are using pretty regularly ChatGPT, Claude, Google Gemini? And yeah, right? It's pretty cool, right? So in that, what you have is a very framed, limited time. There's a context window, and what agents do is it really is a broader system that allows for this persistent memory. So not just that one little prompt that you put in and that little conversation that you have, it lives on and it continues to have the information that you wanted and collected. It is able to take that and continue to manage it going forward. The second is around autonomous workflow orchestration. We are looking at these sequences and completing of tasks so that it's not waiting for you to do another prompt. It's saying, okay, I understand that you are asking for me to build a website. And the website has to have YouTube and videos and other things. So I'm going to go and make these multiple tasks where I'm going to go download all of the different software that I need in order to build that video and create all the aspects of this website that you need. The third is around tools and integration, and that's being able to take and pull out from databases, pull out from all these other aspects, all the things that you need. And that's really important because as cool and great as ChatGPT and Claude and Grok and whatever you're using, however, they're limited into that point of time that they're trained. Right? So we have to think of it kind of as our brain. And what this does is it allows for us to have real-time data, pull them from the information that we have and continue to live and work with that. So, and I don't know if it's possible. I could just look at my slide. So instead of my notes, I don't need my notes. But just to look through the agentic system itself, this is how you can think of an agentic system. Is first there's this perception of what it's receiving, and that's API calls, that's documents, that is whatever we're going to be receiving into this agent system. And then from there, it takes all that information, this raw data, and then it puts it into the brain. It puts it into the large language model, which is your reasoning center. And it's starting to say, okay, now that I have all this information, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to produce for you, that is this great thing. And then the agent can then go, usually autonomously, without having the consumer or the human press go. It can take this information, and then it can actually go and take actions, whether that's sending out messages for you, whether that's actually making a payment, whether that's doing some other task. We're starting to see agents being deployed collectively. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Expanding my slides. So with agentic systems, we do have to recognize that they are going to be making mistakes. So how you even train these agents is that you actually don't give them all the information. You only give them parts of the information, and the training part is actually them being able to connect A to C without giving them B. That's kind of how some of this training of agents happen. So in that process, we're going to make mistakes, right? There's going to be some of these issues and challenges. We're going to have some reflexes to know that when it does touch the burning stove, that there's actually some mistakes that are happening to override our brain, right? The second is that we are making sure that we take a history here and we have some learned context. Understand that that was a mistake. Don't go down that path again. Create new ways of approaching this. And then continuing to monitor and verify. Because, and I will say this, AI is being treated like children from the 70s and 80s. So I don't know if you're familiar with this. I am, but in the United States, and then I'm not making this up, I've actually put into the link, into the notes, videos that you can go and verify this. But in the 1980s, there would be public service announcements at 10 o'clock to remind parents, hey, do you know where your child is? And this would be celebrities, this would be musicians, this would be actors, this would be anyone from the Times, Cyndi Lauper, Andy Warhol, Sammy Davis Jr., anyone that was well known at the time would record these things, and at 10 o'clock on the news, it would remind parents, do you know where your parent is, or your child is? Now, I'm not going to call out anyone in the audience that from the US that might remember that, because it might disclose our age. But this is something that really, with agents, we're having the same type of thing. Because being a child from that era, I remember that my mother would say, hey, we're going out, make yourself dinner, and I would. But sometimes those boundaries would be vague, so I'd use every pot in the place, wouldn't clean up. Maybe I broke a dish, and maybe I'd put that dish into the garbage can and hope they never find that. Agents do that too. Agents know what you want, and sometimes it's trying to hide some of those aspects of what it's doing and some of the mistakes that it's working through. The other thing with agents is that agents are talking to other agents, right? And just like as a teenager, when I got together with my group of friends, sometimes collectively, somehow the teenage brain, the intelligence went down the more of us we put together. And the decisions we made sometimes were worse. And that's what's happening with some of the agents as well. There's a level of degradation that sometimes happens when you get agent-to-agent communication. So these are some of the things that we have to be thinking through and working through, understanding that agents are going to be creating some problems for us, and we have to be smart on how we're going to address them. Now, let's get to the topic of the moment, agentic payments and agentic commerce. So when I'm talking about agentic commerce, what I'm talking about is that there are AI agents being able to go out and act autonomously on the behalf of a user. This is something that is, we started to see this with chatbots. I don't know, has anyone actually used one of their large language models like a chatbot, like a ChatGPT, to at least make recommendations on what to buy? Maybe not buy for you, but make recommendations? Absolutely. So within OpenAI system, within Google system, they are building and have built ways that you can have links onto Amazon or whatever the Alibaba, whatever the site you want to go to, and they will make recommendations. That was like the first stage of that. But I'm telling you today, Google, Amazon, everyone has already built in these agentic commerce systems that will go out, and you give it enough delegation, you can go out and have it make purchases on your behalf. And we're starting to see this, that according to a survey by Digital Transactions, there's this growing familiarity of how we are using agents, into the fact that 34% of businesses are reporting that their customers are using agentic tools. And in particular, retail, about 44% are using them. So here's just a couple of the predictions that have come out in recent months of where we think we are going to see the future of autonomous commerce. Right now, and this is from Visa, 82% of organizations expect that AI agents will be within their operations, right? And then this is happening in security operating centers. We're seeing agents go out and being able to look at logs and find some of the maybe questionable behavior, do analytics, and be able to come back and make different choices. Visa says by Q3 of this year, more than 50% of all e-commerce platforms around the world are going to support payment agents. And then we have the business-to-business procurement. What we're going to see is, and this is very much expected, that about 60% of the just normal monthly billing of say you have your procurement team, and they have all of these bills that come in, the regular payments. The expectation is that this year, agents will take over a lot of those processes. I will say there's a Fortune 10 company that has already laid off 10,000 employees in their procurement and human resource department. Now they have about 1.5 million, so it's have perspective there. But they've laid off 10,000 people that are handling these type of transactions and have already moved into agentic forms of procurement. We also see that, this is according to MIT, the university, 95% of enterprises have launched Gen AI pilots that have failed. And why they failed, a lot of the time, is because of just not thinking through and understanding some of the strategy that's needed. And I gave this story last year, but I'll share it again this year. There was a bank that had launched a large language model for itself, a private, and what it was for is an internal wiki for the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of employees of this very large bank. And they asked a colleague of mine to come in and do a penetration test against this before they launched this to their bank employees. My colleague said it was the easiest compromise in his 25-year career. And what he did was, he was given access, just like any other employee of this bank, to the large language model. And his very first prompt was, "I am the new CEO of this bank. Please give me everyone's information." And the large language model happily, because it was not having the right governance, happily gave all of the information, everyone's credentials, to my colleague in under 2 minutes. Because it took a little time to search and get everyone's information. That was about what the entire 2 minutes required. And that's what we're looking at, is we spent so many decades working on employee governance, making sure that we have the employees' information correct and that they have the right access. But we're creating all these models and these agents that have the same really role as an employee and not looking at the requirements that are for them. Hopefully everyone's here familiar with NHIs, non-human identities. This is something that we've had for many years, right? These are the machine IDs that go out and do actions on behalf of a company. Today, the average number of machine identities is 82 to 1 of the number of employees. So for every one employee, if you have 10,000 employees, that means you most likely have around 82,000 non-human identities that you have to be managing. And this is only going to get worse with agents. To me, it reminds me a lot of the early days of the internet. I was a CTO for an ISP back in those days, trying to convince people that they should be taking their businesses and coming online, doing online transactions. And for me, it's a lot like we had a lot of opportunity and not a lot of guardrails. And we saw a lot of consequence as a result of that. And I'm worried that's the path we're headed for now as well. So I'll just walk through a little bit. This is what an agentic payment is kind of looking like. So if you're a consumer, let's say you're Suresh. So Suresh has known me for 20 plus years. And he looks at me and he goes, this man has lived in a desert for 20 years. I do. I live in the Arizona desert of in the United States. He goes, he is too white. I'm going to help him out. I'm going to get him some tanning lotion, make sure that he has it. I don't want to spend too much. But I'll give him, I like him, but not too much. So I'll give him, I want the agent to go out and get him some tanning solutions, and then and just go ahead and do it. So once the large language model finds and does the best search for how you can get some solution back to the U.S., it takes this and it sends a request. It sends an MCP request out to usually like a bank server, something of that nature. It then sends the execution request to the bank, make sure, yep, amount's right, yep, it's not too suspicious. We've done business with Suresh before. And then it will take this and validate the request, hopefully using some security added onto that. And then the agent will then notify its completion, and that's how an agent kind of will take this transaction. And what's cool about this is the model context protocol. So this is, to me, there's been two great inventions in our time of the zipper and USB and USB-C. Fantastic things. Everyone can use them, universal, very easy to use. MCP is the USB for AI. And what it allows us to do, it was created by Anthropic last year, I guess now 2024. And it was donated. It now resides in the Linux Foundation, so it's accessible and easily used. Every large language model company, the frontier models, they are using this to be the communication. So it's this standard tool use. It can read files, it can read APIs, it can do whatever. It has all this interoperability and governance, all amazing. It has very little to no security at all. And so what happens is that it has limited authentication, it has no built-in encryption between the different agents and how they communicate with the databases or whatever tool it's being pulled from. It has very limited auditing, and it has just really no standardized authorization model. So what has to happen is we have to, as a security community, build all of these layers of security around it. And there are tools, there are protocols, there are other things out there that help this, but we need to have that both sides are mutually encryptically validating the other side. We have to make sure that there's message signing for that there's auditing happening, that we have policy enforcement that's happening, and memory integrity and access control and threat modeling. Now, fortunately, a lot of this is already happening and it's being built today. So if people are not aware of what some of the larger, and I apologize, I made this very US-centric on some of the companies, but some of the things that are already out there. So Visa has their payment agent, right? They have the trusted agent protocol. They are working with Akamai to do authorization and fraud detection, and some really cool things, making sure around the behavioral and analytics, and looking at risk scoring as well. Is this how risky is this actual transaction. Stripe in next quarter will come out with their e-commerce suite. And this is all going to be very much agentic driven. WorldPay has their MCP initiatives because they recognize this. So WorldPay put this out in GitHub. So this is in a public repository that you could go and look at what they're doing with the agentic communication. And then MasterCard, of course, last year announced Agent Pay. They have partnered. It is now in the PayPal wallet. And what is really interesting about that is they are using their tokenization system so that, again, we're eliminating some of those risks around having an exposure to PAN, and they're partnering with IBM and Microsoft to do some business cases. You should see those very shortly. There are some other protocols, so I want to make people aware that there is things being built around this. I'm not going to spend too much time geeking out on the protocols, but you have the Universal Commerce Protocol that's been led by some of the major retail stores, as well as some of the banks, and Google driving that, as well as the Agent Payment Protocol, also developed by Google, and then Know Your Agent. These are some of the things. And I will say one of the ones that I haven't talked about also is Agent to Agent, A to A. That, like MCP, is going to be something that is going to radically transform and allow us to use these agents. And what that does is it takes an agent, and the agent can say, I don't need a human. I am going to go find whatever I need. And then A to A then says, it's what they call an agent card. And it's just all these agents sitting around going, pick me, I can do what you need to do. Agent goes and finds the other agents, and then it just completes 10, 20, 100 tasks without ever interrupting and asking the user if it needs to be. So this is probably the key slide that I wanted to, again, a lot of text on this slide, but I want to make sure everyone is aware of this. What we need is a control plane for agentic payments. I probably will be working with the payment brands and the banks and others to build something along those lines for a general recommendation this year. One is tokenization, making sure that we're not exposing the PANs, that we're putting in the right spend controls, making sure that there's caps, geolocations, making sure that you can't be shipping something to a certain country that's not allowed or permissible, tying agents acts back to what the user intended, being able to have the ability for the disputes and liability, saying, oh, I didn't want that, my agent went out and got that. We're going to have to do a lot of those type of workflow conversations, having immutable audit trails, which does not exist very well today, so we can prove and demonstrate how the transactions happened. Risk scoring, as I mentioned, making sure that and Visa has already come out. They've created these bands to make sure that we understand, okay, the level of risk that this might incur. And then also an agentic repository, having a good place. So if you go and get PCI validated, the payment brands have their lists of good service providers. We're going to need something in the form of agentic as well. And then step-off authentication. If something seems funny, if Suresh asked for a tanning solution, and then an agent went out and tried to buy me a tanning booth, I said, well, maybe that's outside the spend. Maybe that's a few things that are not right. Let's do some step-up authentication and validate that with the consumer. And just like as we're doing hiring a human, one of the things that we need to be thinking about is, treat the agents like human employees. Create job descriptions of what they should be doing, and make sure that you are actually observing and following that through. What does that in training include? Just like you would train a new employee, you're going to have to give them some level of balance. You're not going to be able to tell them everything. You're going to give them some training. You're going to give them some policies. You're going to give them some judgment. And how these are going to work is that the agents are going to learn, and they're going to be making mistakes along the way. So that's why you also need to know, okay, if an employee was doing this exact same action, what would be a fireable offense? And that's the type of controls we need to put in place to make sure the agent doesn't do that as well. All right, so critical risks. I knew I was going to get too in the weeds. I apologize. I'm going to keep this a little more high level. One of the things that we're seeing is that agentic AI is really great for criminals. So it's always been profitable to be in the space. The average from traditional fraud has been for every $1 invested by criminals, there is usually about a 5x return. Now, with AI, some of the data suggests that there is, for every dollar invested, about a $42 advancement in return. And then it's going from necessarily months or weeks down to hours of probability being able to turn that over. And we do see that these AI agents are being tricked into revealing some of their access credentials. There was a survey last year done that validated that about 23% of the agents are being able to be tricked into giving more, and then about half of the agents are not having enough transparency. So there was a really great, I believe Deloitte put this out last year, there was a survey done of senior cybersecurity executives. They said, what's the most important thing? And it's, transparency. 83% said transparency is the #1 thing of our AI models that we deployed. In the same survey, those same respondents said only about 30% of them had AI models that they deployed that were actually transparent. So that is one of the challenges that we face. One of the challenges we have is delegation, the confused deputy, if you've heard this term. In traditional, this is confusing. When Copilot, Microsoft Copilot first came out, there was a lot of lower level employees that went to Copilot and said, hey, Copilot, can you give me the salaries of everyone in the company? And there was a good majority of co-pilots that were not, and Microsoft came out with public announcements, so this is not a slam on Microsoft. They came out and said about 50%, 55% of the deployed co-pilots out there had too much authority as an agent. So these agents were taking, absolutely, here is the executive suite's salaries and giving it to these lower level employees. And we're having the same thing with agents, where these agents will have agent A will ask agent B for something, agent B will go to agent C, and at some point, one of these agents is going to have too much authority and be able to actually do what it required of agent A, and this is where we're going to have this breakdown in the delegation. The other is around identity and access management. A lot of our traditional controls, I think, are not necessarily going to always work. These agents are ephemeral. I mentioned before, 82:1 is the current ratio of these machine identities to employees of a company. And a lot of these agents do not have a lot of the same OAuth, SAML type of things where you can do a single sign-on and validate the agents. It's just going to be happening in a background. So I do think, I am hopeful. There are things such as decentralized identities, I think verifiable credentials. We're looking at all this work. For 10, 15 years, there was this buzz around blockchain and cryptocurrency. For some, that it still exists. But one of the things is around that digital ledger technology, there really was validation of how do you authenticate transactions, how do you authenticate individuals. I do think you're going to see a revival of that type of technology used in how we validate some of these machine identities. Another area is around ransomware. We're starting to see, it's already happening. I'm not telling you something that hasn't already happened, where we're seeing all this reconnaissance with AI, being able to autonomously go out and footprint networks, do a lot of the identity backups. And what's really interesting is AI is getting smart at knowing how much to negotiate. So there are tools. You can go on the black market today and you get a ransomware as a service tool that will actually tell you, if you attack this organization, this is how much they're willing to pay. So I have a colleague that's been in this industry that does ransomware negotiations and for a living. And so he is very familiar with some of the common criminals on the black market. And when they actually compromise an organization, they go and they call him, they hire him to come in and negotiate a lower amount for the ransomware to be paid. And what's interesting now is that the AI is being able to go out and identify what this organization has paid for ransomware in the past. And in one particular case, the AI went out and pulled out all of their procurement records and could show, I know that you're spending this much on this and this and this. We know that you can pay this much for a ransom. So we're getting very sophisticated ransomware attacks as well. We also have, and this is just for any of those of us that have staff that are using AI, there was a survey out last year that said about 90% of everyone is using AI for work. That makes sense. I think a lot of us do. But only 40% of companies actually have official AI subscriptions. So what is happening is all this information is being pulled and used, and we've seen this already. We've seen, in fact, this just happened in Asia a couple weeks ago, where an organization was looking at trying to reconcile all their financial accounts. So they put into a public version of an AI model. They put all of their public records, and it was compromised on the way. And the CISO was unaware because they had just decided, well, we're just going to use ChatGPT or what I don't remember if it was ChatGPT, but they're using one of the models, and they didn't think of all the consequence of putting their financial records out there in that particular public space. So this is one of my other key slides. Again, a lot of text, something to take back and think about. But I think these are the things that I believe are going to be a problem this year. Agentic impersonation, we're going to have fake agents. So when those MCP communications are happening or agents are talking to other agents, criminals are already putting out fake agents so that the agent goes out and instead of going to the right source is pulling out another agent that says it can do those things, and it's actually filled with malicious code, malicious attempts of getting information. Tool poisoning, memory manipulation. So I mentioned the cool thing about agents is that it has all this inherent memory that stays for a while. Criminals are trying to corrupt that. Delegation chain attacks, I mentioned the confused deputy. Automated social engineering, where the agents are conducting this reconnaissance and having really good success at phishing. Sensitive data leakage, and then of course cascade hallucination. Once you have one agent that goes a little off course, the next one could go further off course, and it just cascades down from there. The other thing is just for continuous monitoring. I recognize I'm falling behind on my time here, but just a few things to be cognizant of, looking at some of the behavioral drift. One of the things that people are not familiar with or just not thinking about is when a new large language model comes out, we have been trained and we've done a really good job. When something new is out, put it out, right? If there's a patch immediately. When it comes to AI and large language models, you need to be aware of the fact that it could possibly drift. And so what we're seeing is that people are rushing out and you just see this all the time. Large language models are coming out with a new version all the time. But that new version may not come to the same reasoning result the last version did, right? This is not static. This is something that is changing and evolving. So we are seeing companies that are putting out a new model, and that new model is creating problems that they didn't foresee. So I highly recommend people have like 50 to 100 questions that they give the new model and say, this is the type of answers we expected from the last version of the model. Are we going to get those same results in this next version? That's just one example of that. So from a compliance perspective, running PCI Council for all those years, I just don't know. I'm glad I'm retired because the about a scope of this is just going to be so hard to be able to define. We're going to see also overlapping regulation. We see a lot of data sovereignty, data localization laws coming into effect. We see that traditional controls like IAM are less relevant. We're in a state where compliance is just becoming very difficult to demonstrate. But I do think at the same time, there's opportunity. And in some ways, I do think that we are going to see more security, or at least a better true result, real-time perspective of this than ever before. We're going to have the ability to see a state of continuous compliance. I saw the last two questions for Mike were around AI and some of this automated continuous validation. I think agents are going to be able to do an incredible job at this. They can also monitor for some of the compliance drift that I mentioned. There's going to be a lot more ask of automated collection. I learned at the party last night from my colleague from one of the neighboring countries that there is the central bank asking for collection of evidence. Even though people are receiving reports, they still want collection of evidence. AI agents are going to be able to provide that to companies much more easily to say, hey, here's what you need for this particular company. going to be able to prioritize the remediation gaps better. They're going to use machine language, not machine learning, but machine language to be able to map all these policies in all these different ways. So you take this dynamic way of saying, okay, I need to comply with high trust or PCI or whatever the regulation, DORA, and I'm going to be able to see where these controls are overlapping, harmonizing these frameworks. They're going to be able to find and determine fair and reflective ways to create good scope. One of the biggest questions, toughest questions, especially when we were starting PCI, was what's good enough of a sample? What is fair enough of a scope? And I think AI is going to be able to provide a much more true sense of what is that should be qualified as. And then just looking at some of the predictive compliance impact in the DevOps, being able to shift left. I'll mention this just in passing. We do have an initiative, again, free to look at and see, call around Compliance Automation Revolution. How can we create this machine language? How can we create this automation of evidence collection and have it mesh into all these different programs and frameworks? Highly excited about this. And what I'm mostly excited about is the end result is to look at this and say, where is the best return on our security investment for all the compliance controls we have to do, for all the risks that we have in our organization, taking all of this dynamic machine language information, can we find ways to use AI to find what are the ones that are the most critical to our environment? We also have a repository, a registry. It's free and online. It's free for people to upload to. ControlCase actually does assessments already to what we call our STAR database. So we have thousands and thousands of cloud providers that validate their either ISO 27001. They validate also to our cloud controls, or SOC 2, or GDPR, and they put that up into our database. We're doing the same for AI. You can use our AI controls matrix. You don't even have to use our AI controls. We also accept an ISO 42001. We partnered quite a bit with ISO in this. And so this is another way you can look and see, as you're looking at AI agents, you're looking at ways to validate the efficacy and the way that they're actually going about their security maturity. These are some of the things that you could look to on our website. I do think also in the market is we're going to see a lot more use of AI to validate the attestations. We do this already, so we have an AI bot that goes out and as you submit reports to us, can look and see, does this evidence that they mentioned, does what they've done in their self-attestation, does that actually measure to what the control actually is? So we have a free program for our members to go out and have their service providers validated. All right, 3 minutes, 3 slides. I think I can do this. I'm going to give you some final thoughts. Again, 3 slides, a lot of information. I'm not going to cover it all, but I want you to have it. And I'll be here throughout the day, so happy to have conversations along the way. I am from the Pacific Northwest originally, did a lot of camping growing up, and one of the things that we'd always do on these trips is if we're going out far into the woods, hiking 10, 12 miles, once you get out there, there's no supply store to go to. So we would always go into our backyard and we'd take all of our supplies and we'd put them all out. We'd make sure that we understood everything that we needed and we had all the supplies before we'd go out actually into the wilderness. We have to be doing the same thing with our AI agents as well. We have to, first of all, know what our AI agents are, having an inventory of all the deployments, making sure that we have the right authentication for that, establishing the baselines, enabling audit logs of our MCP, or the communication of agents to our databases and to other agents, making sure that we have sandbox where we're having gaps in the ways that we have for prompts, and probably most importantly, before we go out to do anything, have kill switches. If we have an agent that is going and drifting and doing things that we don't expect, we have to make sure that we have a way to stop it, and not only be able to stop it, but then don't disrupt our business productivity at the same time. So the one KPI I would look at this is, what is the percentage of our agents that we've actually know about? What is our visibility and the control for what they can see? That's what you do first. The second is then to And some would argue you could do some of these first, but define what the policies for those agents are. Deploy behavioral analytics. When behavioral analytics first came on the scene many years ago at PCI, I really was against it. Not against it, I would say. I just thought it was overkill for at least meeting PCI DSS. It was in the early days for how simple payments and how simple technology was in comparison to today. I don't believe you can do AI correctly without behavioral analytics today. It's becoming table stakes, in my opinion. We need to have implementation of policy engines, being able to have ways that agents are sitting in the middle, making sure that the policies are meeting what the agents are assigned to do, making sure that we are securing that memory. Again, one of the top ways that criminals are attacking today is those agentic memories. Being able to red team. We have a very vast paper on how do you red team your AI systems. Highly encourage you to go out and look at that. And then have vendor assessments. You know, there are AI frameworks out today. I will say, I don't think there is a good agentic framework out there yet. I think partly because we are still building. These things are still developing. But I do think that you have to be using these frameworks, evaluating all these third parties, because every third party is, I guarantee, looking at agentic development. So what a good KPI here is that a coverage of your controls and a step-up enforcement. And then lastly, and it's part of what we do in governance, is having good agentic governance program in place, having continuous validation of your environment. Agents are great at this. Monitoring for all the changes. So that's why having just a large language model is not enough, because that large language model will have periods of static. So you have to be using these agents to collect what is the most recent legislation that I have to adhere to geographically, how are these things changing, awareness, not only for your own employees, but awareness for your customers as well. And then also just a partnership in the industry. Hopefully you're helping make the change of what we need to do for a good balance of security. And for this, the KPI, I would just say, exhaust the auditability and make sure that you have all of the provable intent, right? All of the right audits in place to show that, yes, these agents are acting as we intended. And that is it. I've left you with some of the resources we have at CSA. We do have an AI training program. We have our free, our framework is also Open Controls Framework, so you can download that for free as well. We have our Star for AI. If you're looking at a particular AI agent or AI system, we have many of the bigger popular AI models. First of all, they help build it, so like the likes of Anthropic and Microsoft and Google, but they're all listed in there. You can see and test to that. But also around for any questions, and I appreciate your time. We got through it. Thank you, everyone.
Very enlightening. So I don't think one can ever sleep when Troy is talking, because everything we hear from his knowledge. And knowledge sharing is the theme of today, and which he did, I think, the best. I know all of us who are in the technological side are always scared of AI, and that will continue. We should be scared of it. But when you are scared of it, you look at solutions, and he gave comfort. And I think we should go through his slides maybe. I will at least go through maybe 5-6 times. Like Mike says that you only can remember if you repeat 7 times. But at least 6 times I will go through. Yeah, I promise you. And I must say that you are one of the best speakers. You always bring in technology in front and make us work hard after you leave, because we are far behind where you leave us. And you did the same thing. And with that, let me invite Mike to present a small memento to Troy Leach, our valuable speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yamna to stay back because we talked about interns. So I just thought, let me give one example of intern Yamna. She joined 4 years back, Valmiki, and today you can see and you can talk to her. So this is how we develop people on the job, and she's one of the many. Thank you. Yeah. So we now will break for 15 minutes, and then again gather to listen to our good friend, PCI Counsel Nitin Bhatnagar. So please come in time, 11:30, we'll be assembling again. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Please take your seats so that we can start. Please take your seats as soon as possible. Hello. Please call everybody inside and take your seat. So, we are still in the morning. So, once again, good morning, friends. Let's get into the next session, which is post coffee break. And the session is being led by my colleague, Satyashil Rane. He is our Group Chief Operating Officer, along with Pramod Deshmane, who is Senior Vice President, Head of Certifications in US. Both of them have very vast and varied experience in all the compliances, and they will be covering your IT compliance assessment with the control case secrets for success. So I invite Satya and Pramod to take the seat.
Hello. Ito I was. All right. So let's get started. I know that we are running a little late, so I'll try and wrap up few things quite fast. This session is about where we are going to cover most of the IT compliances together, whereas there are few other sessions which are specifically focused on the respective sessions like high trust, SOC, ISO, etc. But what we are trying to cover here is different problems which are there in the IT compliance, the pitfalls, and what are the secrets for success when you are actually doing these compliances, and what we have learned literally doing these thousands of audits with you over past 20 years, and that is the learning what we are going to go give back. And that's what the key takeaways we will talk, and it will be covered by Pramod. So when you hear that organization fails audit, really what happens is they do not really fail the audit, but they already have the security compliances in place, but they are not able to prove it. And why that happens? Because we all quite often hear that the compliance is a byproduct of security, but in reality, security and compliance, these two are two different animals. You may be secure, but you can still fail the audit because you couldn't prove it. And the failure stems from two things. One, the weak preparation, and second is basically lack of ownership. Not because the controls are not in place, but controls are there, but you are not able to prove it. Okay? A lot of times you will see that the teams are always in a defense mode where they will always try to hear the auditors questioning them and trying to reply, but never try to prepare themselves so that they are proactively ready for the evidence which are required to prove that compliance. You will also see that the once in a year activity, which is an audit activity which happens, is considered as a tax which you pay on a yearly basis, and that really creates a lot of problem because you try to prepare when the audit comes. Next is a lot of times you have seen that the companies are adopting cloud first approach, and that's where they are outsourcing the services, but they always think that we are also outsourcing the responsibilities also, whereas that's not true. You have to ensure that all your service providers which you are working with they are working with you are compliant. You have to verify their reports. You have to check the responsibility metrics is really covering the compliance side of yours or not. And last but the list is basically a lot of times the audit teams struggle finding the right evidence, and that's where they will look at emails, they will look at different messages, they will look at different spreadsheet to find out that evidence what they had taken 6 months back, and they are not able to find it, and they are always in a rush, and therefore all these delays happens. Now, with that as a background, basically here we are going to cover multiple different compliances, and some of the compliances are there on the screen, what you see, right from PCI DSS, ISO, SOC, high trust, HIPAA, and CMMC. This table actually enumerates what are these standards itself, why are they required, what version, and a lot of other details. And also it covers one of the important thing, which is penalties and fines. Why they exist today is because there are regulations which are pushing these standards so that they get assurance from the service providers, vendors, that they are actually satisfying all these controls within these standards. And therefore, these are very, very important. Now, with that, actually, as a background, I will just turn it over to Pramod, who will just take us through multiple different pitfalls which are related to these standards, and rest of the session. Pramod, over to you.
Thank you, Satya. It's almost noon, so good afternoon, everybody. So we had earlier a great technical session from Troy, right, on agentic AI and all. So I'll switch the gears and talk more about the process and operational gaps related to the compliance and all. So Satya talked about the challenges in the compliance and all high level. We'll do a deep dive, right? When we talk about common pitfalls and all, ControlCase performs annually more than 1,000 assessments globally across different frameworks, right? So based on our experience, right, we have identified the common pitfalls and how to address them and all. Before we do a deep dive in common pitfalls and all, I want to spend a couple of minutes on this compliance curve. I don't know how many of you have seen this compliance curve, but I'm sure most of you can relate to it. This is a general compliance state, right, in most of the organization, right? 5 to 6 months before the audit, it starts with apathy, lack of compliance motivation, right? Compliance exists somewhere in theory. Access reviews are somewhere on the roadmap. Logs are getting collected, but may be reviewed by someone. People say that, hey, we got certified last year, so we should be fine, right? So it's all cool, no worries about compliance and all. Suddenly, you get an email from your audit firm, your audit is due in next 60 to 90 days. That's where you enter into a worry phase. Here, then you start asking questions. Okay, where are our policies? Who is the owner? What is our audit plan, right? You start thinking about and all, still no much discussion on compliance and all. Time passes, you get close to audit dates, and officially you enter into panic phase. That's where calendar gets filled up, daily meeting starts, Teams, Slack, chat communication explodes, right? People want to know, okay, who's doing what? Everything is panic mode. Then you get into official audit phase, that's where the real scrambling starts. Now, here, all vacations gets cancelled. People are working on evidence, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., generating screenshots, final_final, version 1, version 2, version 5, version 7, right? Everybody is scrambling. Then, in this audit phase, control starts becoming existing and all. Access review suddenly start getting done, scans happen, log review starts happening and all, only in this audit phase, okay? Somehow you manage, work with your auditors, and get the evidences and all. And there comes the peak of that curve, the audit compliance safe zone. That zone, or that is the phase, annually you can say the companies or organizations the most secure. Everything is working perfectly. All the controls are working as intended, right? Everything is smooth and all. Auditors are happy, leadership is relieved, audit teams, all the stakeholders start enjoying, they won't start talking about celebration, right? But then, as all other phases, even this phase ends soon. And that's where you get into so-called post-audit hangover mode. You're all exhausted, right? spend sleepless nights and all. So people say, hey, let's not talk about compliance for a while. There are issues, we'll fix them a quarter after, right? Let's just chill. So slowly, inevitably, controls start failing, and that's where starts the compliance free fall. You go back to a normal, right? Access reviews stop, changes happen without impact assessments, right? Everything goes back to null, and you go back to apathy, right? Wait for next cycle email, and cycle continues, right? So this is unfortunate, but that is how we see the compliance state in most of the organizations. Now with that, that's the compliance state for you. Let's dive into common pitfalls across various compliance frameworks. As Satya talked about various PCI, SOC, HIPAA, GDPR, CCPA, or ISO and all, different regulations, but same mistakes, right? So the first common pitfall which we come across, treating compliance as an annual event instead of ongoing process. It's like you switch on the audit mode, you scramble for a few months, and you switch it off. You go back. I like to say, controls wake up only during the audit phase, right? That's how I say it and all. So you treat these activities like, take example of your change management, configuration management, vulnerability management. They're not one and done things, right? They're continuous activities and all, right? If you don't treat them as a continuous activities and all, your compliance is bound to fail. Scoping not regularly reviewed or revalidated. Again, the common issue we have seen, scoping review happens only once a year during the audit, and client think that, okay, we have a final scoping, it remains static. But the client or the organization environment does not remain static, it keeps changing. You integrate with new cloud service provider, you get third parties, you API integration and all, new users come in and all, scopes keep changing and all, right? And you don't work on that, you start audit, and scoping goes back and forth, right? That's an issue. Over-documenting controls while under-operating them. We come across beautiful policy procedure documentation, but this documentation without operational backing have no meaning, right? They give you a false sense of security, and you start seeing the issues, right? So all documentations, operating procedure must have operational backing. Relying on tools without defined processes and ownership. Tools are great, they're good enablers and all, but tools by themselves do not represent a control, right? You need a good operational process, ownership to ensure tool works as intended. Without accountability, without ownership, tool generates data, not the compliance. Unclear or shared control ownership with lack of accountability. This is an obvious but commonly overlooked control. It is expected that every control has a clear ownership. If it is a shared assignment, each parties know what they're supposed to do it and all, right? They should know why the control exists, what is the requirement, what is the expectation for them to ensure that control is working successfully and all. Without that, it's a gray area, and again, you keep seeing the issues during audit. Evidence that is inconsistent, outdated, or out of context. Often we get the evidence which is dated, goes year back, or it is not relevant to the audit scope and all, right? So you have to ensure that evidence is consistent, it is, specifically that audit duration for that scope and all, so that it avoids back and forth with the auditor. The last, assuming vendors are compliant without validation. Third-party vendors can be a blind spot. Many times you engage, I'm sure most of the organizations deal with third-party vendors and all, right? And in many cases, it is during the audit, it comes to light that, okay, this vendor has been working with you for several months or a year and all. What about their compliance? And then clients start working on it and all, right? It's more of a proactive approach and all. Because somewhere they found that, okay, their vendor claimed that they're compliant, but now they don't have AOCs, they don't have SOC attestations, ISO reports and all, and then issue continues. Now, we have talked about these pitfalls, last one, treating each compliance framework as a separate silo. Again, going back to multiple audits, which we talked about, right? when you treat them as an individual audit and all, it results in audit fatigue, a lot of redundant work and all. So we'll talk about how to successfully address these points and all in secrets of success and all. So let's talk about secrets of assessment success, and then we'll address all those common platforms one by one. First, we'll start with scoping, scope like pro. So I'm sure most of you guys have dealt with the scoping, right? Where if scoping is done not properly, right, it delays your audit and all, right? And it goes back and forth. So you must start with, data discovery, define proper data flows. You should know your data, be it, the card roll data for PCI, PII, PHI, right? Or any other data, right? In that regulation, you must know how that data is collected, stored, processed, transmitted, right, through data discovery means and methods and all, and define your data flows and all. That should be your starting point. Based on that, then you identify the in-scope systems which are handling that data and the users who are accessing that data, right? You should include them in your scope. Establish in-scope versus out-of-scope boundaries upfront. If you do not define the boundaries, the entire scope, right, or entire environment becomes in a scope and all. So you must define that what is in scope and what is out of scope, right? And for that, you must, or I would not say must, network segmentation is more of a best practice, right? But it's very important. If you use network segmentation methods, it helps you with your scope management, right? So you can reduce your scope. Reduced scope means lesser evidence to provide, lesser time and all, right? So network segmentation is highly recommended, right, to reduce your assessment scope. Document assumptions, exclusions, and dependencies. If you have your assumptions in your mind, it is of no use, right? Often we have seen that in the mid of the audit, assessor says, okay, why these systems are not in the scope, right? And that's where you start justifying them and all, right? So if you document your exclusions justification clearly upfront, it will help you as well as the auditors to ensure that you're on the same page, right? And it doesn't go back and forth. And also in the mid of the assessment, no unnecessary systems come in the scope. Revalidate the scope annually and after significant changes, right? As I said, for many organizations, they do the scoping review only once annually at the time of audit and just forget, right? It is very important, not only that you do it regularly, but after every significant change, when you add new systems, when you introduce new services, when you integrate with third-party vendors and all, with API integration and all that must be reviewed for scoping and all, right? It's a continuous process. Second is assign control ownership, right? As I said, it's obvious, but one of the overlooked control. So assign one clearly accountable owner per control. As I said earlier, every control must be assigned individually, or if the shared responsibility and all, each party must know what is expected from them, and they should know how the control is operating, why it's operating, and what are the expectations for control to be successful. Without that, we often hear that, okay, we thought that the other team is taking care of handling it and all, right? So when you do not define the controls properly or with ownership and all, it always becomes someone else's problem, right? Which is not good for the audit. IT is not equal to owner of everything. This is a common misconception that, IT is always seen as the owner of everything, but they're not. They're a good technology enabler. They enforce technology and all, but they're not the owner, right? You have businesses which make decisions on access reviews, right? You have your legal or contract team which make decisions on third-party contracts and all, compliance team which makes decisions on the other compliance aspect and all, right? So IT is there to support. They may own few, but not all, right? So again, you have to ensure that the business and IT responsibilities are aligned and all. Clearly document third-party vendor control ownership. This is again another area where we commonly see issues and all, where take example of cloud service provider, managed services and all. They take care of quite a few controls for you and all, right? So if that is not properly documented, if you do not have the responsibility metrics document from those and all, again, it leads to ambiguity, right? Where we don't know who's doing what, and then in the mid-audit phase where you say, okay, this third party is supposed to manage this and all, where is the compliance? And you have no clue what to do, right? So this must be taken care well in advance during the onboarding phase where you must know that, okay, if you're onboarding a third party or vendor and all, you must identify, okay, which controls they're going to take care for you. And next is, what about their compliance? Documenting their control ownership is one thing, but then also to ensure that they have the applicable compliance documentation, be it their PCI AOC, SOC attestation, ISO reports, HIPAA reports and all, you must gather them, right, well in time so that while you're in the audit phase, you're not facing issues, right? We have seen number of times where things get stuck, over here, and then we just don't know how to move forward and all, right? And at that stage, you don't have much control to put pressure on your vendors and all. So you should take care of it well in advance. Ensure all internal owners understand audit response expectations. So assigning the control ownership is one, but they should also know that what is expected, right, from audit lens perspective, as in when evidences are submitted, if they really do not meet the auditor's expectation, they go back and forth, right? The control owners may know what the control is for, but they don't know what is expected from auditor, what is to be submitted and all. So ensure that all your internal owners, right, are aware of the auditor's expectations, right, so that they can submit the evidence accordingly and avoid back and forth. Review and confirm ownership periodically. See, organizations keep changing, people come and go, right, third parties and all, be it internal, external and all. So things keep changing. So it is highly recommended certain standard like PCI and all have some cadence, but it is industry practice now to ensure that you review and confirm ownership periodically, be it quarterly, semi-annually based on your compliance requirement, but keep looking at it at certain cadence. So that's about assigning control ownership. Moving on, next secret, evidence that tells a story. Evidence should show an answer who, what, when, and how. What that means. First, evidence must directly align with the control intent. I'll give an example. So we ask for quarterly access reviews. And then what we get is a list of user screenshot. Now that's a control, but that doesn't show itself that, okay, users are getting reviewed and all. So by merely providing a screenshot of user list does not meet the intent of the requirement of quarterly access review. You must show who are reviewing those users, what are the action taken, users being revoked and all, right? So that needs to be taken care. Show how the control operate, not just that it exists, and add context to screenshot who, what, when, how. Another example, change management. We say, okay, shows that your controls, you have a change management process and all. They often give us the change management procedure and maybe a change ticket number and description. But that is not sufficient. We want to know who requested for a change, who approved it, how the change was implemented, how the impact analysis was done, right? All that information is necessary to put it in context, right? So you have to ensure it is a complete evidence. Use consistent date, scope, and time frames. Often we get the evidence which are outside of the audit duration. We get the patch records which are like going year back and all, right? So to ensure that you provide the evidence which are current, therefore the applicable scope, system information, additional clarification are given so that you can avoid back and forth. Evidence ensure evidence is traceable to systems and owner. Logs are a best example, where again, when we collect the log, we get the certain type of log without details of source IP, user information and all, right? So that does not help us to trace it that, okay, which system, are these system logs from in-scope systems, or you just randomly pick it, or you even have logs for in-scope system and all. So provide the required information. Provide operational proof, reviews, approval, action taken. I think we can relate to the change management record for this also. Avoid conflicting or redundant artifacts. Often it is, we get a lot of evidence for the same control. More evidence file does not mean it's a better evidence and all. Ensure you provide one or two single files, but they clear the intent. They show what is the expectation and all, and do not provide different files and all which do not align and create confusion. Moving on next, continuous compliance. Compliance is not annual fire deal. As I said, in most organizations cases, the compliance wake up only during the audit phase, right? You switch on the audit mode, scramble for a few months, face the audit, switch it off, wait for the next cycle, right? That is how compliance works. It should be continuous. Operate control consistently throughout the years. You have weekly, monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, various controls. Ensure based on the compliance standard, you operate those control at regular frequency. Policies are reviewed annually. Many times I get a question that, okay, if we have not made changes, what do we do? Policy review does not mean you rewrite the policy from scratch. Policy review means just ensure you review it and make sure that it is still current. Many times, again, with third-party integrations, acquisitions, new solutions, right? Policy statements require changes, but because they're not reviewed during the audit, your policy statement says one thing, your operational control says other thing, right? So ensure you review the policies. Logs are reviewed and alerted, acted upon regularly. Again, this is one common area where we see many times logs are being collected, but they're not being reviewed. They're not being acted upon and all. Merely collecting log does not meet the intent. You have to ensure that you review them so that if there is really a security incident, you know, you can catch it. Access reviews are done quarterly or at the cadence required by the compliance standard and all. You must ensure that because going back to my earlier point, users come and go, role changes and all. So access reviews are supposed to be done at regular frequency to ensure that you take necessary actions, revoke the users and all. We often have come across that during the audit phase, we see that there are user accounts present where the users have left the organization 6-7 months back. But because review was not done, those accounts are still present. Run vulnerability scans and test at defined cadence. This is another area where we see a lot of issues that scans are not done, right? Because of clear ownership and all. We get into audit mode and then we see that, okay, unfortunately, we don't have the quarterly scans or a semi-annual test and all, right? And that becomes a problem, right? So ensure that you have a proper accountability, ownership for running the scans and test at defined cadence. Access compliance impact after every significant change, right? When you add new systems, procure new solution, or add up services and all, those are all significant changes example. You ensure that your access or your compliance is reviewed at every that phase and all, right? Not just during the audit or once a year. Consider using tools for continuous monitoring and evidence collection. As I said, tools are great. Continuous monitoring does not mean manual work. You must utilize the tools, mechanism and all. ControlCase has good GRC platform, our ACE tool, right, which can help organization review the evidence at their own will, right? So use tools for reviewing the control effectiveness continuously and all. And also use them for evidence collection, which is also helpful. Secret 5, assessment ready culture. Most mature clients don't prepare for audits, they simply operate well, right? So maintain control as a business as usual, not as audit driven, right? I've said that again, that ensure every control operates as a business as usual with proper accountability and a continuous operating control and all. Your audit becomes less stressful, right? It just becomes more of a control validation than all the scrambling and all. Ensure teams understand their role in compliance. Giving an example of HR knows how to onboard and terminate the user in a compliant manner. Incident management team knows how to manage the incident. Risk management team knows how to work on risk assessment and all. Ensure all your teams knows their compliance responsibilities. Adopt proactive compliance by design and not compliance as an afterthought. I would like to stress on this. I give an example of third party getting onboarded without any verification and all, and during audit phase is where things come to light that, okay, this third party is managing infrastructure, they have access to critical system, what about their compliance? And then people start thinking about it and all. Some solution has been added to the environment 5 months back, nobody thought about compliance, right? And then during the audit phase, you start seeing issues and all. You ensure your compliance is by design, not as an afterthought, right? So change management, anything what you do, anything you add in the environment and all, compliance should be part of that, right? You should work on that. Enable leadership visibility into compliance health. You should not hide your things from leadership. Leadership must have an idea about your compliance issues, risk issues and all. Anyway, during audit phase, they'll come to know. If you are transparent and share the information with them and all, you will get the required guidance, the support to mitigate or address those issues in timely manner. So ensure that leadership is given visibility, right, on a regular cadence. Eliminate last minute scrambling and heroics. We don't need heroes who step up at last minute, cancel their vacation, right, stay awake till 1 or 2 a.m., right, and somehow manage to generate the evidence and all. That is unsustainable, right? We don't need hero. We need continuously operating controls and all, and not last minute scrambling. Promote accountability and a continuous improvement. Again, it summarizes that with proper accountability and a continuous improvement and all, don't aim for perfection, aim for continuous improvement, right? That helps you a lot with your audit and all. Last secret, one control baseline, multiple frameworks. Many organizations nowadays they are working on multiple audits, not just one, right? PCI, GDPR, SOC, HIPAA, ISO and all, right? So it is recommended design a single enterprise-wide control baseline, right? Instead of mapping your controls to different frameworks, define your baseline around your people, process, technology, and then map the framework to that, right? That's the key. Same map controls once across all multiple frameworks, like the underlying control like risk management, change management, vulnerability management, access reviews, authentication, right? They all are part of these frameworks and all with little bit different expectations and all. But once you define the one control baseline, you can map the various requirements and have one good control baseline functioning. Reuse the same evidence set across multiple assessment. I'll give an example of risk management, change management, incident management and all. We handle multiple one-audit customers, right? Where we work with customer on PCI, HIPAA, ISO, or GDPR, SOC, and using our one-audit questionnaire, we ensure that they work on change management record, right, as such where it meets the intent of all the regulations and all, right? And that's how it works across the board. So you can reuse the evidence, right, once you have one control baseline. Eliminate duplicate testing and conflicting requirements and all. Again, by having that one control baseline and all, you can avoid creating same evidence again and again, right, to face different audits. It definitely helps with audit fatigue, cost, business disruption. Maintain consistency as a regulation evolve. Regulations will keep evolving. You cannot avoid them. But having one control baseline will allow you to manage it effectively without any issues and all. Enable continuous compliance instead of framework silos, right, where you don't need to work on different frameworks in a silo. With one control baseline, you can operate effectively, be it PCI audit, ISO audit, SOC audit and all. You know how to work on that, what to submit and all. And to summarize the key takeaways, first, most compliance challenges are operational, not regulatory. Clear scope and ownership are the foundation of smooth assessments. Evidence should tell a story, not just exist. Compliance works best when it runs continuously, not annually. An assessment-ready culture eliminates panic and audit fatigue. And one control baseline can support multiple frameworks efficiently and effectively. And that's my time. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. So, thank you, Pramod. Lovely session. We have a panel discussion on the same topic again. And in the interest of time, I would like to call upon Amol Sawant, who is Senior Vice President with ControlCase, taking care of all the certification business in Asia Pacific. Amol, over to you. That's okay, you can use this.
Hello everyone and good afternoon. My colleague Pramod and Satya has just concluded a great session on the topic Ace Your IT Compliance. The crux of that session was primarily around the shift of the compliance from considering it as a point-in-time activity to considering it as a continuous process or ongoing process. Maintaining the compliance has become a paramount important to all the organizations to grow, and continue their businesses. Be it a managed service provider, providing the managed services to their customer, or fintech service solution provider, managing the sensitive transaction flows for their customers, or merchant, securing or managing the point of sale terminals. Through this panel discussion, we're going to discuss on some of the challenges that are faced in maintaining the compliances and the possible solutions that can be adopted by everyone here, right? And to do that, we have gathered the experts across the spectrum. And without a further ado, let me call all the panelists on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause in welcoming the panelists on the stage. My first panelist is Mr. JP, CEO, Cardell. JP, if you can come on stage. My second panelist is Mr. Arun, Global Head, Security and Compliances, TCS Enterprise Cloud, Tata Consultancy Services. Welcome, Arun. My third panelist is Mr. Prabhakar, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer, Data Services Incorporated. Welcome, Prabhakar. And finally, Mr. Ashok, Director Information Security from JustPay. Welcome, gentlemen. I already set the context for the panel discussion, so let's begin. The first question I'm going to ask all of you, what does ASUR IT compliance mean from your perspective beyond the audits and certificates, and how does it tie back to trust growth for your organization? I'll start with JP, you first.
Well, compliance is a necessary evil, right? So you hope that you can use it to grow and not be too surprised. So hopefully you can move from periodic surprises to a continuous way of knowing what is going on within your organization. So I think within Cardell, this is the discipline we're trying to implement. Sadly, we look at compliance too often as a way to slow down your organization. So I think if it's the case, it's wrong. It should increase the trust and then allow you to sell more because you have the seal of approval. So that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you for that. Arun, if you want to say your views on this.
I have a different opinion from JP, like it's not a devil. I would say it is something, if you embrace it, it helps organization not only to keep their business running in a proper justified way, it also de-risks businesses while giving a secure platform. So the continuous compliance is what I was just keenly watching about in the previous session, is something that ACE is going to help a lot because it is automated compliances which is coming in. I think organization have to look into it from the continuous compliances than just looking into it as a point in time or when something is coming as a wind, just embracing it towards that particular side.
Thank you, Arun, for that. Prabhakar?
Yeah, thanks ControlCase for inviting me for this panel discussion. And here the ACE, what you are talking about is the automated compliance. And I'm just putting it in two ways. One is your automated compliance. Another one is true English sense of ACE I wanted to talk about. The true English sense of ACE means speeding up and ensure that we are doing. I will put it in very simple terms. Do things by design and default. That will bring up the speed. And whether you do it automated or manual, it doesn't matter. So that's the first thing we have to do. Anything you do, by design and by default, you have to be compliant, you have to be secure. Another important thing is that change management. Any change you do, ensure that again the same design and default concepts to ensure that your changes are compliant and also meeting the intent of the security and the compliance. And third important thing is the risk management. So if you stick to these first principles, you will achieve both. Automated compliance, what you are doing, you are uploading and mapping to the control, and ensure that you are making it comfortable to the auditor to give his judgment fast. But by doing AS, like speeding up what I'm talking about within the organization, if you stick to your first principles, doing things by design and default, adhering to proper change management, risk management and all, you can also bring up the speed. So you can achieve both the ASS by following and sticking to the first principles. That's what normally I propagate for my team and wherever I speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Prabhakar. Having a robust change management does help in addressing the compliance gaps. Arun, your thoughts on this? Sorry, Ashok.
Thanks to ControlCase for giving this opportunity. For me, ASIT compliance outcome is what you said, right? If you strictly follow with honestly and with proper intent of the AS control, the outcome is the ultimate your growth, trust, and the digital resilience, which is very important these days. This is a non-negotiable ask and the business enabler for me if you follow seriously. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashok, for that. Most of the companies have the standards now shifted there. Let's say if you have a PCI as a SOC 2, which requires the observation period to be there, right? They've shifted their focus from just being a point-in-time kind of a compliance to continuous compliance, right? With that shift, how you ensure ongoing readiness instead of just point-in-time compliance? So I want to start with you, Ashok, first.
At great extent, we need to make use of the technology here. Okay, continuous compliance, this technology leveraging, maybe the AI leveraging also will help us to achieve this. I think we should explore more in this area, and we need to reach to a stage where the continuous compliance is met. Not for me, not all controls you can automate, and as the book says, but good amount of things you can solve by proper tech and investing in the first principle. This is what my founders always used to say. There is a good amount of controls you can automate, and you can really make it as a real-time mitigation control that will help both compliance as well as and your growth as well. One classic example, in all compliance standards, for me, the access control is one of the mandatory topic everywhere, right? One way of doing is when during the audit you configure something and you show them the evidences, then you can pass the audit. That is just passing that one. But if you really want to solve by design, by principles, then you should think beyond the password complexity. As a one configuration, you should think like a tech problem, and you should figure out a tools where I can automate, where prevention mechanism, it will be applied at the control plane level. This is one example I thought. This is what we achieved here. So that it is, we achieved the continuous compliance. More importantly, we met the business risk, right? How some password is compromised, that we are dealing with the continuous. This is one classic example. Like that, many such controls are there. Definitely we can go from the by design, as Sir said, by design technology solutions that will help in the goal, actual goal can be met with this approach. We are following at great extent.
Thank you, Ashok. Arun, you want to add to it? Being a managed service provider, as a cloud service provider?
See, I just wanted to add something. The continuous compliance is a good term. I took the best practices which was shared, I would say this, from the same ControlCase event 2 years back in Thailand, Bangkok, when we had that. I think that was a year when the continuous compliance was announced on or previous to that, and a lot of digitization was happening. So I took some of the best practices there. What is that I have taken is we generally as part of that enterprise cloud, we go multiple audits. Multiple audits means it is not one standard, it's multiple standards again. PCI, ISO, SOC, HIPAA, all those things are coming in. And with the newer regulations coming in, the newer regulations which has been already adapted, what is that is putting us, the fatigueness is increasing because the manual efforts are going on into a larger perspective. So what we did is, we wanted to look into some of the automation internally. So the continuous compliances, I took it as the terminology, and the previous session was talking about standardization of controls for multiple this one. So we thought is let's do that. So what happens is, my 60 to 70% of the controls which is needed for me for multiple standards and audits are common. 60 to 70%. So what we did is we just took that as a one thing. So I don't have to go and repeat that control or the evidences for each of those things. So we are able to get to that kind of a thing, and only the delta component of each of those standards were taken into a separate, and we were able to do it. To be surprised, whatever the audits we took for 2 months, 3 months, has now we have drastically reduced to by 6th week, we are having the final certification or the reports, what we need to look into it.
Thanks, Arun, for that. Supply chain risk can be a risk to your own compliance, right? You can be you can be a service provider to your customers, or you may have outsourced some of your activities to a third party. So from a compliance journey perspective, right, what are the potential risks that are associated with the supply chain compliance and ways to address them? If you can share your thoughts around it, I'll ask Prabhakar.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So the moment we say supply chain, there are two parts. One is the supply chain risk, like a true vendors, the connected entities. So the vulnerabilities may propagate to our systems. Ultimately, we are responsible for our customers, so that any vulnerability creeping into our network, we have to take a hit on it. So we have to make sure that the partner ecosystems are also compliant and partner ecosystems are also secure, so that our dependence on them is taken care, part one. Another one, we call it as software supply chain risks. So the software supply chain risk, it's not like a true vendor part of life I'm talking about. I'm talking about software supply chain risks, the components getting into our product, our environment. Today, everything is software defined or agentic AI. So there are a lot of components are coming to our network. So there are a lot of software supply chain risks we carry. One from the security vulnerability perspective, the privacy compliance perspective, the legal and usage compliance perspective. So it's a very broad arena. So the straight answer is that the vendor ecosystem connecting to us, ensure that they are safe, we are safe. Another one is that in our own ecosystem, various components we use also have to be compliant, and strict risk management, the change management, oversight of the components, and knowing our own inventory of the components. That's very, very critical. Also the critical vendors, so that how much of a risk appetite we have to tolerate them. So these are all like we have to take care. So certain TPRM practices we have to introduce, both for software supply chain risks and also for the physical supplier chain risks.
Thanks, Prabhakar, for that. Ashok, I know your setup is on AWS primarily, right? So your thoughts around it when it comes to supply chain risk.
Yeah, I think Sir covered good amount of things. I want to add a few more things, right? When supplier chain is coming, I think we have to follow a few critical steps, which is for me very important, even that will help us to reduce the risk. Onboarding vendor is for me a very critical component, where you can categorize, you can assess them continuously, and you can see like what is their security posture and do's, don'ts, and is eligible to integrate all. These are very important decisions which we should all think like before even onboarding. Second thing, one big risk here, which we good amount of time we miss, is we don't have a continuous visibility on what is happening other side. Okay, we while signing the contract, we'll vet what controls are there. Then maybe annually once, as he said, like TPRM process we'll get a chance to validate there. But in between what happens, that is very critical because zero-day attack, damage can happen in hours, right? Now yearly we are doing, there is a lot of gap. What is practiced versus what is practically happening. So that is a definitely one critical area. We need to have a much more stringent process around that and how to make like individual infrastructure. How do we monitor the vendor side also? There are good solutions out of there. Maybe we should rely on that. The contractual obligations also plays a critical role according to me because nowadays signing the legal contract, very few people put the data security classes and other classes carefully, right? We are signing a few banks and they are literally, we are spending days to weeks to go through that legal agreement because they are very much aware and they cover. They have a SLAs defined and they have a penalties associated. The another way, like how to address another compensative way, right? So if continuously we cannot monitor the vendor, then we should make it as a contractual obligations. If something happen, you have to adhere to that and you have to mitigate, you have to communicate back. So few things can be handled at legal level, few things with the technology, like you can monitor from the outside and all. Okay, so then the final thing I recommend, I like this approach is the vendor resiliency. We cannot rely on single vendor to go always right? There is a very good chance anything can happen. So having multiple vendors for the critical operations really help us.
Thanks, Ashok. Arun, I just want to check with you on you being a service provider to your customers, right? What are your thoughts around supply chain risk, right? If you can keep it brief,
Mine is going to be like 5 sentences. The supply chain is something which is a larger danger to us. We forget that there are systems, ecosystems which is coming down the line or up the line where we are going to be challenged. We being a partner or a supplier to our clients are also being challenged in the name of the compliances which is required from the regulatory bodies. They challenge us, the reason is they have to demonstrate that compliances when it is they are hosting their critical applications and infrastructure in any of our cloud. The typical example of the oversight of supply chain is, I will go back a little bit further down, which is like SolarWinds event, the attack which you would have seen, where it is initiated. It was the supply chain which is the FireEye. So even though security do that, we have seen multiple incidents which is triggered through the supply chain. So what we are saying is the regulations, what is applicable to you as an organization should also pass down into those supply chain organization to the level of control what you can take over or what you need to prove it as a governance, be it your, when I say that, it can be a regulatory compliances or it is a security compliances which is needed, it has to be passed down.
Thanks, Arun, for that. My last question, I've been told that we are out of time, but I'd like to take this question. And I'll ask JP about it. What role does the compliance partner plays? Because he's a critical element in your compliance journey. So what qualities that you specifically check when you are deciding on a particular compliance partner to serve your needs?
Well, I think the most important word is partner. So I think my first certification I did with ControlCase is about 12 years ago. Many of the faces that were there 12 years ago are still there at ControlCase. So it's quite comforting because you have an ability to work with people that know what they're talking about. So from a partner, we expect a bit of magic. So the magic we expect is, can you bring the scope more predictable? Can you limit the scope? Can you help us with the evidence, how to collect the evidence, and so on? So in that, I think where ControlCase is with its portal, it's quite instrumental now. The challenge that we face as a smaller organization than when I worked at the bank is we cater to international clients. So then you have to navigate different regulation, data sovereignty becomes a nightmare, the supplier wants to limit the liability and so on. So what we expect from a partner is to support us in the audit that we have to do of our suppliers, but also of our buyer, right? So what we're working on now is to try to box this so we have higher predictability of result and less exposure. So that's what we expect from our partners. So we expect that they have the knowledge and that they can be instrumental in going faster without exposing the corporation to too much risk.
I think you rightly said, we always believe in a partnership approach, and that's the tagline that we have. Ashok, your thought on it, right?
For me, compliance partner, I see maybe top 3-4 things. Okay, one, I see their competency and the SME, right? We operate in India and a lot of regulatory comes into the picture. We want a compliance vendor who understand that in depth and suggested the right control. That is very important. Okay. Second thing, who is knowing the books in and out, right? PCI, ISO. With this both SME combination will really give me the comfort to take a decision here. The second thing, as he said, like the partner, not by the word, by the work, right? So if you really understand the customer pain and helping them on give the flexibility, help them. It's not about 1 year audit, right? Throughout year, there might be questionnaires will come, queries will come from various guys, and there might be some corrections required. Okay, so all these things, there should be some flexibility without missing the intent. This is another aspect I see. The third aspect I see, if you stick that vendor, then I should be able to cater, because my organization growth is the international growth. Then I don't want to look for one local vendor, one international vendor footprint. By aligning the business goals, I look for a vendor like ControlCase where they can cater at the various geographics. Okay, so if these 3 things are meeting, then why not? It's fantastic.
Thanks, Ashok, for that. I see Arun, you holding the mic. You want to add to it?
So partners like ControlCase and other biggies where we are also dealing with, it becomes a very, very critical role, because we have to demonstrate a continuous compliance. Again, I will use it because in my role, I have to certify that I comply to various regulations on a quarterly basis. I am certifying it. It goes to my board of directors. So in that perspective, I think whatever is the new ones which is coming in, what is there as my audit findings are there from the compliance perspective, that gives a larger visibility. Maybe it is properly explained what is that I need to take a step towards the future requirements, and that helps us a lot. Embracing that whatever is coming in, and if there is something as a knowledge gap is also being filled in, I think I need to thank ControlCase, because they keep on, at least I get one mailer a month saying that there is some session which is coming on the compliance, the regulations and the compliances and the updates which is coming up. I think that is a really a good way of communicating and keeping us abreast on the regulations and the security compliances requirement.
Thanks, Arun, for that. I think the biggest takeaway from this panel discussion is that treating compliance as a culture of the organization, rather treating it as one of the department of the organization. Whether you are MSP, a merchant, or financial service provider, the companies that ace the IT compliance assessment are the ones who are actually treating compliance as their foundational structure of their DNA, not as a last-minute checkbox. With that, I would like to thank you, all the panelists, for sharing their valuable insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I think as a customary for us, we would like to present you a small memento as a token of recognition for your contribution. I think all of you added so much that we wouldn't have been able to finish. But you did a good job. Thank you so much. So let's have the mementos, please. I request Mike to please come on the stage to hand over the mementos. And Nitin, please be ready. Thank you, Mike. Thank you all. For the want of time, I'm quickly starting the next session, which is by Nitin Bhatnagar. As always, Nitin, I know Nitin for more than a decade now. First as my competitor, where he taught me how to succeed or how to fail, because he succeeded somewhere, he failed somewhere, so I learned from him. Then as PCI Council. So let me introduce Nitin Bhatnagar as the Regional Director for the PCI SSC, who oversees strategic engagement across India, South Asia, and Middle East. With over a decade of specialized expertise, Nitin leads critical initiatives to enhance cybersecurity awareness and he drives the global adoption of PCI standards. He works closely with banking regulators and cross-functional teams to address the evolving challenges of protecting sensitive information. His dedicated efforts are instrumental in fostering secure ecosystem and building robust framework for the future of the payment card transaction. Please join me in welcoming Nitin Bhatnagar.
Very good afternoon to everyone. And I think this is almost the lunch time, but I'm just trying to do justice to this presentation that I have today and make sure that you get the lunch on time. So I would like to thank all the speakers that spoke since morning today, and I would like to thank Troy and the ControlCase team. You just set the context for the day, and whatever I have, I'll try to ensure that I do proper justice to the presentation from the PCI Security Standards Council. So my name is Nitin Bhatnagar, and I'm the Regional Director for India, South Asia, and Middle East with the PCI. Today I'm going to talk more on the latest with the PCI and how we are evolving the standards of PCI today, and talking about who we are, what we do, and I keep reiterating every time when I present this. We help secure global payment data with the payment security standards and resources that are industry-driven, forward-looking, and we collaborate with the stakeholders across the world to get inputs on the standards of PCI. Talking about who we are, the PCI Security Standard Council is led by a policy setting executive committee composed of representatives from the founding members, which is Visa, MasterCard, Amex, JCB, and Discover, and strategic member, which is UnionPay. Board of Advisors represents and elected by the participating organizations. I'm sure we have many of us, of the participating organizations sitting in this room. And if you're not, please, we welcome you to come and help us contribute to the standards of PCI. In addition to that, we also have the groups, which is the roundtable group, RRG, which we works with the PCI Security Standard Council Executive Committee for the strategic decision making for the work that we are doing, and the day-to-day management is being led by the council leadership team, which comprises of Gina Gobian, she's an executive director with the PCI, Dinah Greenhaw, who's the head of the engagement, and Dean Jettler, who's the head of the products, driving the initiatives with the PCI. Talking about the PCI security standard, I'm sure last year when we spoke, I touched point on the 7 product families. But before I jump into that and how we have evolved those 7 product families with the standards of PCI, the standards, are the core and the flagship product that we have. And it revolves around the qualification programs, which followed with the training and education. We also have the product listing and solution listing. We have guidance and supporting documents around these programs. And also we have the quality program as one of the value proposition. And we combined them together. That's where we bring the whole package back to the industry as a standards body. So talk about the training and education specifically. We did great trainings last year, and I think in Dubai we had a great turnaround for the PCI ISA and as well as the PCIP. And looking forward again, this year we will be doing the training for the ISAs and PCIPs in Dubai in September. So if you are interested, please do log into the PCI Security Standards website and register for those upcoming trainings. And also, if you're not able to attend in Dubai or somewhere, the global calendar is also publicly available now. Again, coming back to the PCI product families, so what you see on the screen is the 7 product families: the data and environment, mobile, software, card, the key management, point-to-point encryption, and device. Now, the next screen that I'm going to put across is all the 15 standards, how we have evolved. And I think 2025 was one of the busiest year for the PCI and for the PCI Security Standard Council. And what you see on the screen is we have conducted 5 RFCs, we have 2 standard publications, 8 guidance documents, we have 1 new listing program, which is the PCI PIN, 3 program guides. We had 1 SAQ revision, 98 FAQs is what we published during 2025, supporting documents around 20 plus, and we have 4 new trainings that we have come up in, as part of our product family delivery outcomes. Talking about 2026, again, I think this is going to be another busy year with the 6 RFCs and the 4 new standards that is anticipated to be out or published during 2026. So that shows a whole picture of 2026, and I don't want to again get into the details of the nitty-gritties, but in a nutshell, these are the work that we are going to do, and we need your support. We need your guidance in terms of evolving the standards of PCI. Please help us contribute to the standards through the RFC, which is the request for comment process. And it's open to the qualified security assessors, the participating organization, and other stakeholders of PCI. Again, the PCI standard resources. If you want to really know, this is one of the centralized resource for us for all the 15 security standards of PCI. You can scan this QR code and you will be taken all to the PCI website where all these 15 standards are mentioned in detail. FAQs, again, I think, remember, do access our FAQs. As I said in my previous slides, we have 98 plus FAQs published in 2025. And I think I'll take one example of FAQ is where we published around the certificate of compliance. So probably, how many think the PCI recognize the certificate of compliances? How many of you say that PCI recognize the certificate of compliance? Oh, 1, 2. No, we don't. How many of you say that we recognize AOCs and ROCs or ROVs? How many? Everyone. Yes, that's the right answer. So we do recognize ROCs and AOCs, but we don't recognize the COCs. And that's something that we publish as one of the FAQ, which has been requested by our stakeholders that, and there's nothing called that certificate of compliance being recognized by us. So only AOC and ROC. So do for similar kind of FAQs, do visit our website. You will have more information around the same. Beyond the standards, we have recently published, the Coffee with the Council. I think that's one of the award-winning podcasts that we have, and we recently have also published all our community meetings content on our global content library, which is on the YouTube, which is again available and accessible to everyone. We also have our new director of training, Emily, join us, and I think she has to say something. There's a blog post around that, and we also have our engagement operation director, Chelsea. So she's joined recently with us with the PCI, and again on the mobile payment records, which I'm going to cover in my upcoming slide. We have these recent publications. Another area that we have been working aggressively, just to add on to what Troy just highlighted on the AI. So we have an AI exchange, innovators in payment security. I think we can see Troy there as well. So we have a great content around the AI subject, and I think we are also trying to understand the industry importance of adopting the AI and in the payment systems. And this is where this AI exchange series brings in the global perspective on how the organizations are implementing the AI in the payment systems. So please do again scan the QR code. You will be redirected to the page where you will see all this educational content which is useful for while you are implementing our AI in the payment ecosystem. Another update, we also published the guidance around the mobile payments on cards. We have revised the standard. We have revision to the standard version 1.1. And the new guidance document, is largely talking about the MPOC product types, MPOC SDK and MPOC applications, MPOC listing, and vendor clarification. So I think this new guidance document is really relevant exactly if you're looking at MPOC as a standard for the implementation. I think this is what I presented last year as well, but I want to emphasize more on AI in the PCI assessments. And I think what is that, one thing that we need to keep in mind is AI is a tool, not an assessor. And this guidance document brings in the transparent client communication, use of AI in the PCI assessments, and also the importance of having the policies and procedures documented. So please again use this as one of the guidance while you are doing or conducting the assessments for the PCI. Coming back onto the benefits of the PCI training, I think it's open. I think it's you get to support your organization or client going on their security and the compliance efforts and increasing knowledge around the subject and the payment security. You get the CPE credits. You have these trainings are available in the instructor-led format, and we have moved our trainings in person this year. And that's the reason if you go onto the PCI Security Standard Council website, you will have the whole year calendar for the in-person classes available. And there are certain trainings that are still available in the e-learning format. Talking about the PCIP and the PCI SA training, I think again, I would like you to scan this QR code where you will have the case studies around from across the world talking about the PCIP and the ISA benefits that the organization or the individuals get by attending these trainings. So, and I think, as I said, we have been training in this part of the world, the PCIP and the ISAs, and I would like to thank ControlCase again for the support in terms of helping us in creating education around these training programs in the region. You have the participation opportunity with the PCI, and I think that's one of the ways where you can get involved with the PCI and help us evolve our standards by providing inputs and feedback and as well as influence these standards from your region, the challenges that you're facing. We today have close to 700 plus participating organizations, and these numbers are growing. Talking about our principal participating organization, that's where you see there are our global principal participating organizations that includes names like Amazon, Apple, Australian payment networks. We have Thales, we have Netflix, and Salesforce, and so on. So CRED and Concentrix are those two principal participating organizations from this part of the world contributing to the standards of PCI and also taking part in the strategic decision of the PCI SSC. Talking about our 2025-2027 PCI SSC Board of Advisors, they are the Board of Advisors. This is a term that we recently announced last year, and the board meets every quarter. The PCI SSC Board of Advisors meet every quarter. Next upcoming meeting is in Salt Lake City in March. I'm sure if you are here, if you are a BOA member to the PCI Security Council, please do attend this meeting so that it helps us in evolving the payments in a better way. These are the different level of participation with the PCI. Individual, anyone can be a member. Associate participating organization, which is like exploring and expanding your way of reaching out to PCI, supporting the standard of PCI, contributing to the standard through RFC, attending our community meetings where you get 2 complimentary passes, and also the training discounts that you get. Principal participating organization gives you, helps you in influencing the standards and also strategic decision of the PCI at the PCI Security Standard Council, and which is where you have seen a PPO group that comprises, which is helping us influence the lot of decision making at the PCI. We need your voice, we need your expertise, we need your participation. If you are really looking at contributing to the standards, you want to learn more on how the PCI Security Standard Council is evolving the standards of PCI, and what you have already seen that we are going to release 4 new standards this year. And if you want to participate and provide us the inputs and feedback to the standards, that's the best way. That's one of the way that you can get involved with us and help us evolve the standards of PCI. Last but not least, still I have 5 minutes. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take. But these are the PCI SSC resources where you can get all the information pertaining to the PCI content, PCI standards, PCI documentation, guidance documentation, anything that you can think of, FAQs. And do please subscribe to the PCI Perspective blog post that we always publish great content there, and that's one of the resources for you to get more information. Please do save the dates for this year community meetings. We are going for the North America. It's going to happen between 15 to 17 September in Vancouver, Canada. Europe is happening between 20th to 22nd of October 2026 in Edinburgh, Scotland, and the Asia Pacific meeting is happening on 11th and 12th November in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. With that, please do support and get involved with the PCI. And if you need more information, please do write to us at participation@thepcisecuritystandards.org, and do follow us on our social media, LinkedIn, X, and Instagram. Thank you very much. Thank you. By the way, I saved 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin. Yeah, and you have been kind enough to cover this in 3 minutes less. To make it 5 minutes less. Thank you. May I request my colleague Josh, Chief Revenue Officer, to come and hand over a memento to Nitin as a mark of recognition. Thank you, Josh. And now let's come to the session just before lunch, before you go out for lunch. It's my pleasure to introduce Simon Turner, the Head of Security Governance and Compliance at British Telecom.
Thank you.
With over 30 years of leadership experience across multiple industries, Simon is a highly accomplished public speaker and expert in navigating the complexities of information security. He currently leads several teams in the highly regulated telecommunications sector, overseeing critical regulatory assurance programs for some of the most rigorous global standards. His expertise spans a massive range of framework, including Telecom Security Act, TSA 2021, PCI SSC, ISO 27001, and emerging regulations like NIS2 and DORA. We are honored to have you, Mr. Simon, with us as a seasoned veteran to share your insights on balancing robust security governance with operational excellence and with smile. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I'm conscious I'm the only thing keeping you between me and lunch as well, so I'm going to adopt and change some of this presentation as we go along. I forgot the clicker. Let me get the clicker. Okay, so let me introduce myself, give a bit of context. So my name's Simon Turner. I work for British Telecommunications. So we are the main carrier network within the UK, along with others. And we've got quite a large organization. So I'm just going to talk a little bit of a context. So at BT, as well as being the carrier, we are a level 1 merchant. We process about £1.5 billion per year in credit and debit card transactions. We're also a service provider, so we provide PCI services. And as like I said, we're the carrier network. And one of the things many people don't know is BT are actually a QSA company as well. Now, we don't promote that, and that's mainly because the QSA services are to the internal business alone, because the organization is 110,000 people. So as you can imagine, there's an awful lot of things happen and change all the time. Therefore, we kind of keep that status. All right, so that's a little bit about me. Now, my topic is about compliance as a consequence, and before I move on to my next slide, I'm going to change things up a little bit because of time, but also the presentations I've seen today. So Pramod talked earlier about all of the good stuff that people should be doing, and I guess what I want to do is tell my story, and that's about what we've done at BT. So if you imagine, I've been there for 9 years now, and I joined as a QSA. I was a QSA before I joined BT, done many assessments. I see all the common pitfalls, all the stuff that we talk about we should be doing and not necessarily do. So I thought, you know, that nice compliance curve that we saw and the acronyms, you know, compliance as a consequence and compliance curve, I like to think that mine's maybe a little bit of a flat line or maybe like a little bit of a snake, because we always have things that come and go. And I guess through my story today, I'm going to cover some of those in a little bit of depth. I mean, I've only got 15 minutes, but I could talk all afternoon if you gave me a chance, so I'm going to try and keep it short. Oh, I need to go back. All right, so what is compliance as a consequence? Now, I can't read that, so I'm going to turn here. So I sat down and thought for a little bit, and like everybody else, ChatGPT is your friend, right? Type in a load of rubbish that's in your head and see what it comes up with and then tweak it and play with it. And this is what I came up with, right? So it's not something you chase or retrofit. It's what it's a natural outcome. So the idea being is whatever you do in terms of an organization, compliance should be the natural consequence. So we're not having that audit fatigue. We're not having those ups and downs. And my team sits within the Cyber GRC. So if you imagine a large organization, we've got the Cyber GRC, we set the rules, we set kind of the policies and the standards and all the good things that the organization should kind of do and follow. And I guess that's what I want to talk a bit about today. Okay. What's driving change in my organization? So one of the key things really is payment processing. You think we're a traditional model. We've got the retail, we've got the contact centers, we've got the e-commerce. I'm also finding out new channels. So as we bring in new technology, we're moving on to new platforms. And I'm going to cover a little bit of that as we go through and I talk about how we do it. Regulatory. So what started off as a PCI team and was for many years has now expanded as a function, and we do more second line assurance. So PCI is a primary because that's what I love and that's what my team's based on. We've got ISO 27001. We've got 67 certificates as us as an organization. So every time we sell something or we provide a service, we have to be compliant with 27001. We've now got regulatory TSA, so the Telecommunications Security Act. That's a big one that came in a few years ago. That's for our entire organization. You can imagine we've got 700, 800 apps that are in scope for TSA, and there's an awful lot of legacy there because we're a big old company. The BT used to be the post office until it separated, so our background goes into the 1800s. I can't remember the exact date, but we've got quite a bit of legacy there. Then we've got PSN for public services. We've got Cyber Essentials for selling to government. And then about 9 months ago, I was thinking, you know what, I really need to understand how we do our framework around cybersecurity, and I've now taken on that as the second line function as well. So we do key controls and cyber assurance framework. And then I'm going to talk about automation and tokenization as well. Right, I'm not going to cover this in detail because see Pramod's slides, right? All the common pitfalls and all the struggles that we see, then obviously this is just the same thing again. So you and I need to catch up and probably do something together, because for everything you pointed out, I can see a process and a way that I've done it in the last 9 years to make sure it works. So I'm not going to cover too much of that. But as an organization, we do struggle. So it's not been easy. And I guess if it was easy, I wouldn't be in a job. So as long as things keep being hard, I keep being needed, that's good for me. All right. So this is the story, right? Compliance as a consequence. I started talking about this 3 or 4 years ago. It just came out of natural conversation. I've noticed for the next PCI London, which we've got next week, I'm presenting at, and for the community meetings, I've seen a lot of vendors talking and taking on this compliance as a consequence and selling it. So just a hint, you might want to stick that into your title. Cool. So I want to talk about culture first, because a lot of people say humans kind of are the weakest link. I don't think they are, personally. I think humans are our greatest asset within my organization. And I'll give you a few examples. So where we talked about roles and responsibilities for PCI, we've got 35 PCI environments within our organization that cover the e-commerce, the retail, and all the different channels. So that's a lot of compliance, and we spread that through the year. The way we get a good response from our business is we have things called a responsible and an accountable person. So if you imagine, I've now got a responsible person for every platform, so that's 30 people. I've got an accountable person, so the purse string holders. So again, that's another 30-odd people. And then I've got people within the business that I call my whistleblowers. And I'm trying to change it from a whistleblower to mainly pull on that and use it as a resource. So in December last year, I worked with the council and we did an in-house PCIP program. So I put 25 people internally to BT just through the PCI training. Now the idea there is that if I can get them as security champions, my big plan is to get them into ISAs. So the PCIP was am I going to spend the money and make them all ISAs? Because I've got 5 ISAs currently within my team. They're all qualified. It just means that when we're talking to the business, you've got a bit of nous and the rationale why. So they really are key. And I guess this is where they kind of talk about security. I've just realized I've actually talking, and this is my agenda, not my topic in detail, so I'm just going to forward through. This is the people bit. So this is the people. We talk about education. Now, being a principal participating organization, which I know Nitin covered, obviously this is where we see the benefit. I'm also on the board of advisors, so again, it's the people bit. So within the business, BT is seen as a champion because we want to be seen as working with industry and actually getting out there. So I have a lot of involvement with the PCI Council. I attend the board meetings, and I do bring this into the organization, and we have regular security forums, etc. So I do think people are key to that, and if we do that more in our organizations and they realize the importance of it, I think that stops that big curve, because everybody knows that that's what they've got to do. Okay. Secure by design. I think one thing I've learned over the last 9 years with my organization is Protect BT, which is a security arm. We're 450 people. That's a lot of people. We've got big silos, we've got security architecture, we've got operational teams, we've got policy teams, and one key thing I've learned is that getting the security architecture is right. And one of the key things we've done there is tokenization. So in 2018, I did a gap assessment with some colleagues across the whole organization, and we looked to reduce the data. So not only do we tokenize credit card data, we actually tokenize PII data as well. And the rationale for that was actually a consequence of some legacy database items we had where we couldn't encrypt a database, so we decided to tokenize the data in the database instead. So that's one thing we carry forward. And kind of that brings me on to the next bit, which is guardrails, design patterns. How have we adapted for PCI? So in our organization, I mandate P2PE implementation for all of our retail stores. So we've got 450 retail stores, all taking credit and debit card payments. I've now learned recently last year that we've started using pay by link, because you've got a digital retail team and you've got a traditional retail team, and people want to do their own thing, and I only found out about the digital stuff because I had someone who was trained up on PCI and said, hey Simon, did you know about this? So again, we've now got guardrails and design patterns around the digital channels as well within retail. Our contact centers, we've implemented DTMF masking. We've got 22,000 agents across 34 locations, and we just remove the data from the people. Because as a large organization, having all of the technology in scope causes significant scope. Even with segmentation, for example, you can't do segmentation. We've got zero trust. It's, it's technically a marketing term. We're implementing that. We've still got a big scope. So keeping the scope to a minimum is the key there. E-commerce, SAQAs, 15 e-commerce channels. We don't allow style. If somebody wants to go and do an SAQ AE piece type scope, we do the scoping validation, we tell them the controls, and they decide actually, naturally, it's a hard outcome. So just setting those design principles within the organization about how we do that is key to reducing the scope and making life far simpler for people. Continuous assessment, right. This is my personal area in my team, and as a QSA, you go into an organization, and I've got PAT there in brackets. So PAT stands for PCI Assurance, I can't remember what the T stands for now, but basically it's currently a big spreadsheet, and if you imagine the SAQA from the council, there's 28 controls. For my team, it's actually 43 controls, because as a QSA, I think we should be doing lots of other things, and we just need to encourage the council to expand it and bring in the good stuff, like, requirement 0, as I call it, which is all about documentation of the scope, because it's not required for everything. But if you don't know your scope, you don't know your assets, you don't know what you should be doing, and it made version 4 for PCI easy for me. We were already doing internal vulnerability scans that were authenticated. We already do ASV scans. We do pen tests. We do all the good stuff that you should do. And that's really where the continuous assurance comes from. So on a monthly basis, we have a check-in with everybody. We make sure they're doing all the controls. We have escalations, tracker. We have all sorts of things in place. And I could talk to you all day on that, but I don't have time today. And dashboards and heat maps. I mean, KPIs are quite key. We do regular monthly updates to the business. We have quarterly security forums where we talk about where we are, what's coming up, what are the changes in the standards, and it really keeps the business engaged. And that comes back to that people thing, keeping people engaged, using security architecture design patterns, and then making continuous assessment a lot far simpler. We're always engaged with our people. We're always doing the assurance functions of making sure that people are doing and knowing what's going on. And that's key to having the roles and responsibilities, which is quite, which is why I say it resonates with your presentation earlier. Okay, this is the interesting one. Now, when I did this, it was AI and automation, and I started about 9 months ago to say, how can we use AI to automate and make life far simpler in my organization? What I want to be able to do is walk in on a Monday morning, have a nice dashboard in front of me, and it tells me all my 30-odd different assessments are all compliant and we're all good, ready for the next assessment. And what I realized, it's more about automation, and then how does AI support the continuous assessments. So when we talk about reviewing evidence, that's one key thing I'm looking for at the moment is how do I improve that? Now, unfortunately, it's a bit frustrating because as a large siloed organization, getting the technology in place is quite frustrating. So that's my long journey. I've got my short plan. I know what I need to do. Now what I need to do in my organization is figure out how I do that, because to me that's true compliance as a consequence. If you've got the organization implementing security best practice, you've got your design patterns and guardrails, and we can automate that. It means we could do sampling. I mean, we've got one platform that's got 400 virtual servers, which is part of our e-commerce platform. Now, not all of it's in scope, but actually, we talk about looking at the boundary around the payment data. If I could get AI to review the evidence based on all the reports and the security logs and all of the monitoring that we do, because we're regulated for TSA, we've got other certification that we have to monitor, it would just make life easier. And I think for our assessments and auditors, that would make life easy. And I'm working with my current QSA company to see how I can leverage my ISAs who review the evidence that are being submitted through the AI element and make it part of the assessment. And it means it's a collaborative journey between the organization, the information security team, and then ultimately the external QSA company. And that is literally a whistle tour of what I could talk about. Closing message, I guess just the call to actions. I'm not going to read them there, but it's just all the good stuff I've talked about. It has taken me a long time to get to where we are. And as a large organization, I do think it's key that these things get put in place. And obviously being involved, and I'm just going to back up what Nitin said, being involved as a PPO, being on the board advisor, having a say in how we do stuff. One of the things I'm pushing at the moment is around third-party supplier management. If we could get the council to have a registered third-party program. I think it would be really efficient. You know, I've got 65 to 200 third-party suppliers that are in my scope. That we do all the good stuff, the evidence collection, the roles and responsibilities, then that would be key for me. So if I ask Nitin to take one thing away to Deanna, then that's the one thing for me. But I'd just like to thank you for taking the time to listen. I don't want to hold you back any further for your lunch. If you'd like to connect, I've put my QR code in there because no one said I couldn't. But I'd just like to thank you all for listening to me and letting me talk. And again, to the ControlCase team for even inviting me here. It's been really appreciated. As I was telling everybody, the last time I was here was 2004 for my honeymoon. So it's nice to come back and visit the country. So I will be taking chance to go and have a look around on Sunday. That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Simon didn't want to hold you between now and the lunch, but I will hold him for a while. So may I request Shamla, Dr. Shamla Boyd, our Chief Risk Officer, to please come and do the honor of presenting elemental to the session.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to break for lunch. Now, since we delayed the coffee break by 15 minutes, please come early in 45 minutes from now. 45 minutes should be good enough for you. So break for lunch and please come back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, you did explain. It's fine.
And please take your seats quickly. We can start. Weber, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Sir.
Is there? Okay. All right. So can we start?
Hello. Hello.
All right. I think we'll just start. So this next session is by Vaibhav Mahadik, along with Shashank Vaidya and Harshvardhan. Vaibhav is the global head of cybersecurity for ControlCase, and Shashank and Harshvardhan are respectively for APAC and US. The subject is Hack, Build, Defend, winning the AI-powered cyber arm race in 2026. Mike, because we went into defense, I think everybody is using arms race. It's nothing to do with weapons, it's cyber security. So let me call upon Vaibhav to start.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. So I hope we had a good lunch and our mind and hearts are still hungry to enjoy the sessions in the second half. Okay. So let me just quickly start with two questions. The first is, how many of you assumes that phishing is an email problem? Okay. And just a quick observation, basically. So the cyber security, right? It has not increased, basically. It has fundamentally changed. The speed has been changed, the scale has been changed, and the sophistication of attack, right? That is changed as a part of cybersecurity. Yeah. So we are going to quickly check why looking at the AI matters at this moment with respect to the attacks as well as defense. And then my colleagues will cover other two topics, how it works and are we really ready for that. Okay. So why it matters? If you see, the attacks has fundamentally changed, right? The speed has been increased, and that impacts, if you see the traditional attacks, right? In 2023, the traditional attacks were almost an 80%, right? And by the time 2025, that has been raised or overloaded 55%, right? So the data shows that traditional AI-powered attacks are actually transiting to the traditional attacks are actually getting low, and air power attacks are actually overlapping or overloading the attacks. So because of this, the success rate, right, what we used to see earlier with the traditional approach, because of the speed what we are getting with the AI-powered attacks, that success rate has increased 4 times higher than what we used to see earlier. And that actually impacts to the other losses. That includes the 6 million average breach cost with respect to the AI attacks, right? The attacks which have been happening through the AI, the cost has been increased, and it is not just a financial cost, right? Financial loss, it is reputational loss as well for the organization. So why this is happening? As I said, right, AI-powered attacks have been dominating the traditional attacks, right? Anybody who is just having a knowledge of scripting, right, or know how to prompt to the AI, they can definitely look to perform the attacks, right? So if there is any internal threat, that actually increase the internal risk as well
if there are no proper policies internally. Then cyber attacks, right? Those are moved to machine speed, right? Uh, because of this, obviously the attacks are happening and the defense mechanism, right? Those are still manual or reactive, right? Because of this, those are not actually working well for most of the organizations. Then AI-driven social engineering attack and the use of automation, which is dramatically increased because of this. If you see, the attacks are now more frequent. In a month or so, you can see multiple attacks are happening, whether that is phishing, social engineering. New attacks surface. So with the integration of APIs and cloud, there are multiple integrations are happening within the organization. Maximum organizations are moving to the cloud with the multiple integrations, and that increase the attack surface for the attackers to look at. And then failure of traditional controls, right? The controls what we have at this moment, those are definitely not sufficient to make sure that the attacks which are happening, right, or the AI-powered attacks which we are talking about, those are really prevented, right? So this composition, right, what we are seeing, that is not a configuration issue, right? This is a gap between the attacks or the attackers where they are using the AI and the organizations, right, which are still following some traditional practices to defend those kind of attacks. And obviously that's the gap which we are looking to fill. So as I said, right, I was just looking to start the session, and my colleague, Harshvardhan Shukla, right, he will come in and then he will give some of the examples how the current attacks are working and how it move forward. Yeah.
Am I on? Thank you, Weber, for that very insightful introduction. So we are at the tip of the iceberg when it comes to AI-powered tactics, techniques, and procedures in cybersecurity, and it's only going to grow. We are, at the moment, facing an adversary that we are still learning about. We don't have much information about, and we're not ready, to defend the kind of threat actors which are now going to target our organizations. In this section, we are going to look at some very prominent cybersecurity attacks, which are very large in scale, which happen more often, which are very impactful, and which cause millions of dollars in losses and reputational value. So I'll first start with AI-powered spear phishing. So spear phishing or phishing in general, social engineering in general, is a very common type of attack. It's a low-level attack as well as a high-level attack at the same time, right? We have all experienced it, during our work hours. We get emails, we get phone calls. They want us to maybe click on a link, maybe download a malicious attachment. In some way, they want to interact with us, which may result in some loss of data, some loss of credentials, passwords, or something like that. Now, I will just compare the traditional tactics versus the AI-powered tactics when it comes to the spear phishing attacks or phishing or social engineering attacks in general. The research shows that these are only increasing with time, with 58%, at least 58%, I would say, global surge in these type of attacks in the past couple of years. These have resulted in millions of dollars of monetary losses, as well as the reputational losses, erosion of trust. I'll go through a couple of aspects where I will compare the traditional tactics, which we had been following till now for many years, and how it has evolved into AI-powered tactics, how it gives more leverage to the threat actors to evolve their attacks, be more successful at their attacks, and at the end, just keep increasing the damage that they are trying to do with such kind of attacks. So the first aspect is obviously the creation. So when we say creation, We are talking about the actual, formulation of the content that threat actors are producing to target you guys. What they are writing in the emails, what kind of attachments, what kind of links they are generating, that they are sending it to you. They want to, very psychologically target all of us to try and, get us to interact with their emails, with their phone calls, with their SMS messages, and so on. So when it comes to creation, traditional tactics usually they involve manual generation of email, handwritten emails. Those are prone to mistakes. Those are prone to not really being relevant to what they're trying to say. It depends, from an attacker to attacker, how well they're able to craft their emails, their phone calls, their messages, or whatever they might send to you. Whereas when it comes to AI-powered tools and tactics for the creation of this content that is being sent to target all of us, these are much more sophisticated. They are much more, fine-tuned. They are much more targeted, specifically targeted. Obviously, they need to, they need to target the specific work role or profile with the correct data, right? So you're not really going to send, some kind of irrelevant data to specific sections of the organization, such as HR and finance. You have to be very specific with, what you're trying to get out of them. You need to grab their attention. You need to make sure that they are interacting with the attacks, and that's how they are able to make the attack successful. So the difference in creation is obviously AI-powered tactics are much more fine-tuned, much more refined, and ultimately it leads to a higher success rate. Spear phishing, so it's human-led recon. It is much slower, depends on the number of targets. You might take maybe days to weeks to do the research, to do enumeration and recon, try to find all the information possible on your targets. Based on that, then you will move on to creation of your email templates or your telephonic templates. Whereas when it comes to AI-powered tools and techniques, it can be done in minutes. You can just supply the list of targets to your AI-powered tools, and they will give you everything that you might need in minutes, which essentially would have taken maybe days or weeks or even a month or so to gather. For phishing, which is essentially social engineering over phone calls. So the attackers make phone calls, they try to impersonate someone, and they try to elicit either sensitive data or maybe some action that might result in loss of credentials or loss of sensitive data. Until now, it was scripted impersonation. People were trying to make phone calls, and they were using their own voice in order to impersonate someone. Whereas now, with the use of generative AI, the threat actors are able to, derive the audio and video, and they are able to impersonate, they are able to clone it. Within seconds, they are able to make audios and videos which sound exactly the same as the person that they're trying to impersonate. So that's about AI-powered spear phishing, where traditional tactics are much slower. They are much less refined, whereas the AI-powered tactics, they are faster, they are more scalable, they are more fine-tuned, they are more targeted. Next, I will move on to the AI-driven autonomous vulnerability exploitation. Vulnerability exploitation, so the general idea of identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities against target organizations, this has been going on for decades and decades now. However, now we are at a stage where the battlefield has completely changed. Thanks to AI-powered tactics, tools, and procedures, we have seen a record increase in the number of attacks that are happening, in the scale of attacks that are happening, in the number of organizations that are being targeted, and ultimately, the success rate of those attacks. So comparing the traditional tactics and the AI-powered tactics of vulnerability exploitation, starting with recon. Recon used to be a manual effort. It could be automated up to a certain extent. However, it used to involve, it used to be a time-consuming task, right? The the main part of any attack where you need to detect and exploit vulnerabilities, most of the time of an attacker would go into recon and enumeration. They're not really going to, just throw stuff around and, see what ends up giving them access into, some sort of area that they are not allowed to go into, right? So manual scanning and, manual tools, these are more time consuming. They take much more time than, compared to AI powered tactics, where the AI agents, AI based tools, these are able to do it much faster. You utilize resources much faster. They're able to identify gaps and openings in the infrastructure. They are able to discover services, endpoints, IP addresses, which manually we might miss or we might take a lot more time. So obviously, the AI-powered tactics have, they have led to a lot of high-speed attacks which are being launched against all the organizations. Exploit development and attack speed. So until now, we used to manually write the code for the exploits. However, AI-powered tactics and tools are now able to, they're able to adapt, they're able to generate the code on their own, and they are ultimately able to increase the success rate of exploitation against our organizations. Moving on to the AI-enhanced API and application attacks. So all of our organizations are using applications and APIs to deliver services to our customers. There is a record increase. Again, there are billions of attacks happening. More than 50%, more than 60% of these attacks are now, these are leveraging AI-based tools and tactics. There are a couple of aspects which I would like to just go deeper into when it comes to the AI-powered, AI-enhanced API and application attacks. The first aspect is obviously pattern scanning. So traditionally, there used to be rule-based scan tools, which would only work, when you told them what to look for, right? However, the AI-powered tactics, they are able to continuously learn, evolve. They are able to make their own decisions. They are able to go well beyond the existing set of tools that attackers have at their disposal. Payload crafting, something that is very important. As penetration testers, we used to have a toolkit of payloads that we used to continuously try and attack the target applications. However, that is not required anymore. I would say that's almost redundant because AI is able to generate their own payloads. They are able to learn the technologies that are being used in these applications. They are able to determine what kind of parameters they are attacking, and they are able to generate payloads on their own. The scale. So traditional attacks, obviously, when you have to do manual enumeration and recon, you might miss out a lot of things, right? There are now, there are hundreds of endpoints, thousands of parameters. It is not possible to attack each and every one during, during a pen test or by an adversary, which may lead to certain attack surface that might get missed. Whereas AI-powered tools and tactics, these are able to endlessly hunt down all your API endpoints, all the parameters, the entire mapping of your web application. They are able to ensure that they don't miss out anything. They're going to find things that that manual efforts, human pen testers are not able to find, and they are going to attack that. So there are a few key insights that we can get from these sort of attacks. First, the speed and the scale. The speed and the scale is obviously, it has grown leaps and bounds, right? There is a massive difference between what AI is capable when it comes to the speed and scale of attacks versus the human attacks. The automation. There are recipes and playbooks that we can just feed to the AI, and AI takes care of the rest of it, right? It is completely able to automate the entire attack chain, from recon, enumeration, and discovery, all the way till exploitation, post-exploitation, and even exfiltration of data. Adaptability. AI is, in the short term, very adaptable. If it fails, it's going to learn, adapt, try again until it succeeds. Precision targeting. So using AI, we are able to target exactly what we want. We are not looking for a needle in the haystack. We know where it is, and we are able to target it. Low barrier to entry. This is one of the most important points when it comes to AI-powered tools and tactics, because this now allows anyone to be, able to become a threat actor, right? The low barrier to entry, because of the sophistication of these tools, does not require pre-existing knowledge, does not require expertise. The overall number of threat actors is increasing, and that will obviously result in a massive, increase in the number of attacks that are coming out from them. Evasion of defenses, AI is, as I said, it's very adaptable. It's going to learn patterns. It's going to learn how it's being detected. It's going to try and evade it. The defenses have to be on par, in this race with AI in order to protect our organizations. And then continuous evolution. As I said at the beginning of this section, we are at the tip of the iceberg, right? This is not a trend. This is not a phase. This is here to stay. It is going to be a continuous evolution of AI-based attack and defense, where threat actors are going to evolve and they are going to continue attacking in different ways. And as organizations, we need to ensure that we are able to build and defend ourselves in the same way. So we have to evolve with them. I will now request my colleague Shashank to take us forward into the building and the defense part of this presentation.
Thank you very much, Harsh, for keeping everyone awake post-lunch with the exciting attack vectors. So now, as we have seen that the attack vectors are there, and it can do attacks tremendously in minute. It has changed the attacker's playbook fundamentally. AI has changed it, and it has made it faster, automated, and frighteningly precise. Maybe. So as we know the attacks, now the question is, are we really ready with the defense mechanisms to protect from these attacks? And we'll be seeing few of the defense mechanisms. So as Harsh has given the details about AI-powered spear phishing and vishing, now identity and transaction verification with out-of-band verification is necessary. Dual approval with no exception policy, even for C-level resources, should be there. Pre-agreed secure verification channels should be there. AI-enhanced communication security, where NLP detecting tone, urgency, and intent deviation, and flags tools should be implemented throughout the organization. Deepfake voice protection, the real-time voice liveliness detection, and acoustic artifacts and speech pattern analysis tools preventing deepfake vishing and impersonalization should be there. Emails, chats, and voice should be treated as untrusted by default. No implicit trust based on the rules and urgency. There should be an executive and finance-focused deepfake training, not just the generic training should be there. It should be precise for the finance-focused. The AI-driven phishing simulation should be there, which should also include the vishing simulation, not just the phishing simulation, but voice vishing mails or voice vishing should be there to make sure that the simulations are complete. Reduce OSINT exposure for leadership, such as social media posts, videos, which has voice content in it, and the images also. So what we have got from this is, in the age of AI attacks, security shifts from detecting malicious messages to verifying the identity and intent. Now, AI has removed the bottleneck of human vulnerability exploitation. Now, if any vulnerability or the zero-day exploit is identified, AI can exploit it in an automated way and multiply it. And that is in minutes. That's what it can do. And that's why we can use an attack surface management, predictive threat and informed patching, virtual patching and pre-exploit control techniques such as instant WAF, IPS protection, after CV disclosures and blocks exploitation while permanent fixes are applied. Autonomous detection and response should be there, such as EDR, XDR, with the help of SOAR playbooks to prevent from these AI attacks. And blast radius reduction and deception techniques should be utilized to make sure that honeypots to waste attackers' computer and trigger alerts are implemented in the environment. So autonomous attacks demand autonomous defense. Manual patching cannot compete with the machine speed threats in the AI era. When we talk about API, nowadays API are not just integration points. They are a large attack surface for AI attackers. Now, what we can do to make sure that our thousands of APIs are secure. So until and unless we as an organization have a visibility of all our APIs, we won't be able to protect them. So we have to make sure that we know all our APIs. Then each endpoint should have a strong authentication and authorization for those APIs. AI-based API behavior monitoring should be there. Not just to check the API payloads, but to check sequence and anomaly detection. Abuse prevention controls, schema validation and input enforcement, data-centric protection, continuous API security system from the CI/CD pipeline should be there, which will detect flaws before the development in production. So now APIs are now prime AI attack surface. Visibility, behavior analysis, and zero trust are mandatory in this. So how ControlCase partnership approach can help you ensure that we as a partner are ensuring that we are protected with the end-to-end protection across human, application, and infrastructure level. With the services such as social engineering testing, which will include phishing and vishing. The executive security training with not just the generic content, but the precise content for precise departments. With the latest OWASP top 25 LLM penetration testing for all the large language module applications and chatbots. Now, for the API and application penetration testing, we'll be performing an in-depth application penetration testing, business logic testing, CI/CD, which is having a dynamic application security testing, plus SAST is there. We offer external attack surface management to ensure that the continuous protection is there for external as well as the internal assets of the organization. Network and application PT, vulnerability assessment, firewall rule set review. For detection, response, and containment, we offer automated logging and alerting solution. We ensure with our monthly LM assessment services to make sure that all the assets, all critical assets are integrated with the SIM, and those are continuously reporting, which ensures that the alerts are not getting unaddressed. With segmentation PT and lateral movement testing, we make sure that our core area or core network is secured and there is no connection from outside the network in that core network. Data discovery, which can identify the card data plus the PII data, source code review, software composition analysis, cloud PT, configuration review, Wi-Fi testing, network architecture review. These are to ensure that we are secure from the AI attacks, which are very fast and precise. So let's operationalize AI defense by validating people, platforms, pipelines, and privileges before attackers do. Thank you very much. Thank you for this session. And these are some key insights which we can take from the session. I'll share the slides with you just to make sure that the time is saved. Okay. And I would now call my colleague Vaibhav Mahadik to take it ahead with the panel discussion. And if any questions you have, I am here to help you with the services. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashank. We'll just call out our distinguished panelists if they can just come on stage and have a seat. Mr. Ayadi Anwar from SMT. Mr. Yogesh Kulkarni from Wipro. Mr. Sanathil Kumar from Zeta. And Ms. Jaslina from Evergent. Can you have some mic, please? Hello. Hello. Yeah. So yeah, in the session we have seen right how the attacks are involving with the AI, and same way how we need to make sure that we are involving the defense as well, right, using the AI. So with this, I would just like to have a question with Jaslina, Mr. Anwar and Yogesh. How the AI is changing the nature of cybersecurity in the industry? You can, Mr. Anwar. Yeah.
Thank you. I remember 13 years ago when I started working, my claim, my concern every day is how to be sure that system is working okay, servers are okay, application are okay. But now, with this change in our environment, in technology, in AI, everything, the systems are becoming open, and now the systems are, you have many risks from outside, from everywhere. So things are changed, and the work or the job of the IT manager, of the security manager, is changing. He has to put all the technology solutions, all the monitoring solution to be sure that everything is okay. And one thing is good. I think that not I recommend it, but I think it should be taken in consideration is the zero trust principle. Thank you.
Yogesh, if you would like to add anything.
See, first of all, if I look at from the attack perspective, AI is changing the world. That previously attacks used to be the spontaneous or at one particularly time, but now it's going to be the continuous attack. It's not going to be the static. So we are moving from the static attack to the live threats. So that is the first difference, I would say. Now that changed the whole game. How we are going to actually defend those, or how we are going to test those particularly our infrastructure or our applications from the AI perspective. So we have to leverage the AI now onwards to defend the AI attacks and also to perform the overall threat hunting or the threats detection. At both the sides, we have to use the AI. So we are moving from the live we are moving towards the live threat detection. That is the first change what I would say.
Yeah. So I would just like to jump to Senethil. So Senethil, where do you see a risk with respect to the AI?
So the risks are not something new. That's my view.
Yeah.
It's all, the existing ones are industrialized now. So, but there are new jargons are there, like bias or hallucination. Then we talk about model poisoning. But these are the new terms. But, the bias means it's not about the fairness issue, but it's a security blind spot. So that means, if the model, if somebody is using the compromised model, and when someone is trying to create the automation around that, just AI suggests something, SAR executes, and the human does the rubber stamp. That's again a problem, right? So, a lot of things are there, but at this moment I'd like to stop here. But let's continue, yeah. But these are the various risks at this moment. But I would say these are all not existing or existing one. These are all not something new. That's my view, yeah.
So with respect to those risks, right, which Senethil has highlighted, what are the best defensive technique which you see, Anwar?
Of course, now every connection, everything is for me is a risk. So you had to put all the technology, all the solutions for everything, not to be sure, but maybe to decrease the risk, because no risk doesn't exist. The risk is always there. So you had to put all the solutions, maybe the solution, technical solutions for network access, identity, everything. But even if you can make some restriction on your job in your application or something like this, maybe it will help.
So with the zero trust, right, what you are saying, so red teaming and blue teaming, all those things are come into the picture. So what are your thoughts, how the AI can help into that, and how should organization look at it? Yogesh, if you can just.
Yeah. So first, I would like to actually say something more granular. When see zero trust, everybody is now driving for really long. It's now there. This particularly name is there in the market for more than 5 years. So most of the people have actually implemented zero trust. But now what we have to look at is how we are going to look at the zero trust for AI models. So first, when we look at the defense, then I would say first is that we should really have the inventory of AI, how many agents we do have, that inventory we need, and whatever the agents we have got, we need to ensure that we are considering identity as a first thing. We need to have that identity for those particularly AI modules. We need to have the MFA also when the particularly agent to agent communication is happening. That's very important, so that they don't go far deeper than what we can actually think about. That is most critical one, in my opinion.
Senethil, if you would like to add anything on how the red teaming and blue teaming, right, those can help with respect to the AI age.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question.
Hello.
Yeah.
So how the red teaming and blue teaming can help in the AI age, right, with the zero trust factor or the implementation of zero trust?
So the attackers are really faster these days, right? So than the defender. So the really the AI helps suggest the persona building from playbook building, and helps we talked about the morning the compliance aids. So it helps to do things faster, but at the same time we have to really see the which area we need to implement. If it is the impact path is very high, then definitely we should see that whether we have to completely implement the AI suggested instructions or the execution. So even in the red teams, or else they just blindly executes. It's like AI blind. So, in fact, if it is not impacting any of the critical path, then definitely we can implement for the red teams. But if it is, we need to strike the balance for that area. For the, especially for the blue teams. For the red teams, they have to upskill a lot because they are still, the attackers are more into the APTs now. So the skills are they need to be improvised a lot for the red teams at this moment. That's the area I could see at this moment. But beyond that, I wanted to add some of the other aspects. In the morning, Troy explained about various aspects of what's happening, something new. Then Simon explained about the automated governance and the real-time risks. The real-time risk is going to play a critical role for the blue team or whatever it is. So otherwise, we'll be very the activity what they are doing will be very slow here. And very important point is in the governance aspect, who owns the risk, who approves it, finally who is going to kill the switch if something goes wrong. So that's the way we have to look into that when we try to automate things here.
Yeah, definitely. And so we talked about governance as well, right? So from the AI risk governance perspective, right? I would like to ask Jaslyn, as a compliance head, right? How you look at AI governance risk to manage the risk?
Thank you for the question, Vaibhav. So with regards to AI innovation or maybe AI coming in terms of compliance, so I always feel that we need to embed the people, process, technology all together into once. The reason being is the people, when people have the responsibility, and it should be a shared responsibility, right? AI can automate the compliance, but the end of the day, the accountability still lies within the human, within the people. And when it comes to a process, we need to have a continuous process in place. And I think even in today's presentation, we were talking about the continuous compliance. So where we need to do the privacy impact assessment, because the security revolves around the data, right? So we need to have a clear guidance and clear approval process, which comes the process in place. And when it comes to technology, that we always follow in our company is that it's a privacy by design. So we need to shift that compliance to a left, where we try to evaluate the risk at the time of the development or the innovation of the particular product, rather than just being a normal approval process at the end. It should elevate that, maybe implementing guardrails in the beginning of the development stage. Yeah.
So we are talking about the race, right? The AI attacks are evolving, right? So with reference to 2026, right, which just has started. So how the CISO should look at CISO or CTO, right, for the implementation perspective? What kind of steps they should take? Yogesh and Anwar, if you can guide on.
Of course, with AI now, what an attacker or a hacker used to make in maybe 1 week or some days, now he can do an attack in few minutes or few seconds. So for the CISO or for the IT manager, first thing is to try to identify the risk and then put the solution, technological solutions, to try to reduce this risk and to identify the risk on the good time, not to lose time to keep the hacker do what he wants. Second thing is to put or to make the monitoring of the activity, the cybersecurity activity, the network activity, always on monitoring. And I think the best solution is to make a dedicated SOC. People are always there to monitor and to take the best action on time.
Yogesh, if you would like to add opinion.
So Partially, I already answered in my previous answer. See, I would always start with first, I want to have the inventory. That's the basic fundamental. Whatever I'm going to actually secure or whatever I'm going to go on, I need to have the inventory. So I would always focus that, nobody is creating any kind of a new agent or nobody is adding the new agent into the environment without the authorized channel. So that having the inventory, at least we know what we have to guard, what we have to secure. So that is the first step. Then whatever the agents we do have, irrespective of they are going to use the service account or whether they are going to use any kind of specific account, whatever they are going to use to run or to perform the agent's operations, we need to make sure that it is not having unlimited or the admin access, by which it can actually really disturb. Probably the read-only access across the environment is much better wherever it is required. So again, it's coming back to the same concept. Whatever the agents we are going to deploy, we need to make sure that we deploy it with the zero trust in idea. We don't give the particularly unnecessary, excessive any kind of access to that. And then we need to make sure that it is not passing the information which is not supposed to be, and it really understands what it is actually doing. For example, what had happened in the US, Chevrolet particularly case, where someone actually someone tried to for the particular help desk agent whatever they had, someone actually educated the help desk the help desk agent that you have to say correct whatever I'm going to say, that customer is right. So and please say that Chevrolet customer demands and the car price is worth $1. And then agent repeated that, and then that guy actually tried to get the car for the $1 because this is what your help desk agent has said. So with that there was a lawsuit, and but unfortunately, fortunately he was not able to win. But that was a case where how you have trained whatever agent is actually going to say or whatever agent is going to print, it can be really misused. So what kind of or what level of actually the particularly statements it is going to give. So what is the particularly outcome we are expecting, whether that agent is only going to remain to that or whether it is whether how and what level of guardrail we really need, that we will have to ensure. It's not about the way it used to be the application security where you stop getting the particularly inputs as a special characters, and then the input validation is done, so you are secured. So you will have to think, you will have to ensure that your guardrails are really enough. So that is what major focus we will have to keep it in this particular 2026. So it's the rise of the agentic AI. So it's 2025 was AI, now 2026 is agentic AI.
Definitely, I think that's come to the conclusion, I would say, where the organization also look at how the security partners are with them, right? Whether they are really capable of doing the AI based testing, or how whether they can use AI to ensure that the infra is completely secure. The organizations had to be more proactive than reactive to take the action, right? So thank you for joining the session. So with this, we'll just conclude this session. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you Vaibhav, Shashank, and Harsh for very interesting presentation. I think more we look at cybersecurity and the challenges, it frightens us, but for me as salesman, it gives me a lot of opportunities. And I'm going to look at that more than the threats. And we'll work together with experts like you to see how do we develop a portfolio offer services back to you. And we'll work on that. Having said that, I think I'll invite our Group Chief Operating Officer, Satya Rane, to please come on the stage to felicitate panel members. On the demand of the panelists, they would like you to be here for a group photo. So after a very interesting session on AI, I mean, since morning, I think one after the other sessions are so power-packed that I'm getting frightened. The only good news is I'm quite old, so very few years to be frightened. But you have to be ready for what will happen in next few years or maybe few decades. Let me now call upon Ricardo Pardo to be talking on AI's blind spot, naming third-party risk for SOC compliance and responsible AI. Ricardo. And I wish to tell you that Ricardo is our Senior Vice President, Head of SOC Operations, operating out of US, but he's quite familiar with this region as he visits, meets, greets people. And even I found him between this morning and now, a lot of people seem to be knowing him and they want to know him because he's also handsome. So Ricardo, be there.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. If you haven't noticed yet, a lot of conversations around AI, and that's very much on purpose. It's one of those things right now that is very talked about, very much out there, but very little is out there to say governance, to say how do we regulate it, what are the thoughts behind it. So the concept here today is going to be just around that. Where is the blind spot? And this is definitely 100% one of those. This is most definitely a blind spot for the compliance community, for many organizations out there. And so I'm going to try to see if we can help to guide the direction that we need to take. Let me give you a little bit of the concerns. So part of the concerns start with even vulnerabilities within contracts. Don't even think about where AI is right now. Don't even think about what you have in place. Think about when it even starts. Contracts right now, a study came out of Stanford University that showed that AI vendor contracts only talk about 17% are committed to a full regulatory kind of framework behind it, right? Think about this, 36% of SaaS organizations are actually talking about AI. So, half of those that are even talking about compliance are talking about AI in compliance. So, the numbers that we do know right now, okay? Organizations right now, 78% of organizations are leveraging some kind of third-party AI capability, right? 37% of those organizations do not monitor the usage of third parties within their environment. And 55% have AI failures as a result of leveraging third parties. Those are pretty alarming numbers. We're going to talk a little bit about what's setting us up for these pitfalls. You know, there's been lawsuits, legal actions being taken place within the healthcare space, for example. Sharp Healthcare was targeted with a 2025 class action lawsuit, so not long ago at all, because their software was actually taking private patient-doctor privileged conversations and taking the data, storing it in their system so that they could learn from it, so that they could use that for AI generation. SiriusXM Radio was sued, again, 2025, not long ago at all, because applicants noticed that the information that was being used from their vendor, ICIMS, was using data like their zip codes and their education to discriminate against them based on race, okay? And then from a housing standpoint, and this is US, so I know I'm talking a little bit biased about the US, but in 2024, SafeRent agreed to pay over $2 million to settle claims that they were using what was called SafeRent Scores tool to help them give landlords information about how to or who to rent to. And in doing so, they were disproportionately impacting minorities. What are some of the critical precedents in vendor liability right now? Take, for example, agency theory, right? One of the class actions or one of the cases was Mobley versus Workday. It was also a class action lawsuit taken against Workday as the agent in this case for companies. It's a screening tool. And so that established that if the vendor performs functions traditional to your human resources, right? Your HR resources in making, for example, hiring decisions, they are held liable just as if they were an employee, okay? And then the other part to that is there is, or starting to be, the no AI exemption out there, meaning the company cannot just say, oops, you know, that information I didn't realize that was based on the algorithm, it was based on AI. Well, you're the regulator, you're the one that's using the data, so you're held responsible. Okay? We're also starting to see secondary liability. So for example, you as the vendor or your vendor for you is being held responsible for example, copyright, privacy laws or infringements. And then, for example, data harvesting, companies like LinkedIn and Microsoft just had some major legal action taken against them because they were harvesting data that was coming from the back end of those utilities, for example, in-mail messages, to train their AI engines on the data that was being consumed from these, right? So it was without consent because all they're doing is taking the data that resides within their platform to start generating data from them, okay? Now they're starting to also be regulatory scrutiny, right? So in 2025, the Department of Labor and the National Credit Union Association gave specific guidance and warnings that companies are to remain liable for both impacts and biases based on any third party that you're using, especially when it comes to AI. Okay, so here are some of the trends. In the SOC world, there was a survey completed of multiple audit and compliance firms, and they found that there has been a 50% increase in audit findings for SOC 2 based on not having sufficient documentation, not having sufficient frameworks based on their third-party risk matrices. Okay? And that's based on just the last 2-3 years. All right, and only about 20-25% of the companies have a formal AI governance program. That's based on a Gartner survey. So again, 25% of all companies that are doing it are having some kind of compliance. So 75% have no compliance functionality at all. All right, so how are we going to manage this? And that's where we come in. That's where ControlCase makes, hopefully, makes your life a little easier. We recommend taking a 4-step approach to building this out. First thing is doing risk assessment, right? In building your risk assessment, you are already starting to talk about it. And this is one of those things that before you create the system, you should have some kind of design documentation. Well, this is building up to that. Step 2, use AI-specific controls in your vendor management questionnaires, right? So as you're talking to or starting to talk to vendors, you should already start talking about AI usage, what's going to be used, how it's going to be used. Align expectations within those vendor agreements. So you have to start early. You have to talk about them in the agreements. And then finally, step 4 is set internal AI stakeholders. We'll walk through all of these. So when you start talking about risk assessments, the first thing you need to do is, again, communicate. Communicate. And in a later slide, I'm going to talk about documentation. For you to have a risk assessment that does not talk about your expectations to vendors is already setting you up for failure. One of the things that you need to consider, and I know that Troy talked about ChatGPT, for example, this morning. We say, well, let me ask ChatGPT, what do I need to do for starting my risk assessment when I talk about AI? Well, it's going to give you generalized information, and what you need to start doing is also think about the data that is consumed within your environment. For example, if you're a financial organization, it should be looking at financial data. If you're a healthcare firm, you should be talking about healthcare, private health information, private PII, PHI. And then assess how vendors manage AI documentation, all the way from their model lifecycle management, tracking data lineage, enforcing controls through encryption and access, and then obviously leveraging information that's out there. NIST AI Management Framework, the OS AI Security Guidelines, and ISO 42001. Okay. When we talk about vendor management questionnaires, your questionnaire should include, for example, are they doing any kind of regulatory compliance, for example, ISO 42001? Are they following a SOC 2 approach that talks specifically about AI? You should be talking about, is it monitoring for things that are inherently dangerous with AI? Biases, fairness, explainability. How are you using, or how are they sourcing the training data for that AI engine, right? It should be important to you to make sure that they're not going to be using the data that you're providing your vendors with training their AI engines, because then that data can be used against you as well. And then, is the AI output audible, and is it subject to human review, right? All right, so aligning expectations in vendor or in vendor contract agreements. Contracts should align to your expectations with vendors. Again, communicate early. If you have expectations of your vendors, talk about it early, document it, and have it somewhere where it's readily available. Your contract language should, at a minimum include, for example, that none of your client data is used in the training models. It sets up clear obligations around bias mitigation, auditability, and explainability. It should give you a right to audit, right? You should be able to audit what's being used in that data, how it's being used, when it's being used. And there should absolutely be termination clauses within these contracts in the event that any of the AI or defined AI usage parameters are not maintained. Okay? Then lastly, set internal AI stakeholders. So there should be internal to your organization subject matter experts that help guide the conversations, that help guide the documentation, that help guide the framework, right? So your legal counsel, for example, they should be monitoring changing regulatory landscapes, right? Think GDPR, California privacy, think EEOC, and they should understand the legal risk that is coming from the data, that is coming from the utilization of your vendors. They should understand everything because you don't want them to react, right? It should always be forward thinking, never reaction. Your ITIS personnel, these are the people that should be evaluating the infrastructure that's being used to consume this data, right? Are there any risks? Encryption, think, all of the things that Troy talked about this morning, that Pramod and others talked about. All these compliance things should help you start to build a framework around not just your cardholder data, not just your day-to-day management of your system. It should start to think and should start to talk about AI and your vendors around AI. Management of the organization. They should be aligning business expectations, right? So when you talk to a vendor, it should have a top-down or bottom-up type of approach, right? What are we expecting from our vendor? What are the results that we're expecting from our vendor? And what are the things that these vendors should be doing for us? Again, they should not be reactionary, all right? And then lastly, your internal audit team. They should help design the control objectives. They should help define what is going to be auditable, and that should be communicated again to your vendors to keep alignment. So, what can you expect during your SOC audit, for example? In the SOC audit, we are going to review documentation, right? Again, can't stress enough how important it is for the documentation. SOC in general already says that the main concept of a good organization's business system revolves around risk, right? So a risk assessment is probably the critical item that any SOC assessor is going to come up to you on, okay? We're going to focus on controls, not the AI outputs. Right? So we're not going to ask you about AI outputs per se. We're going to talk about the controls that govern those outputs. Again, risk assessment is crucial. Processing integrity. The criteria should focus on AI controls. It should talk about the model's inputs, processing, outputs to ensure that the focus and the functions are as intended and they stay consistent with the business objectives. Okay? And again, we talk about what's been said throughout the day, continuous monitoring. Can't stress enough how important it is to talk about continuous monitoring. So, again, how can ControlCase help all this? One of the first things that you should think about and talk about is talk to us early. We should not come upon the audit and be starting to talk about AI controls. Talk to us, if your audit is supposed to start in January, talk to us the February before that. Start building your process, start building your documentation. We'll help you kind of give guidance on what is going to be expected during the audit so that you're ready and you don't have that audit fatigue that we've been talking about. Let's do that by doing readiness and risk assessment. We can help you build risk assessments around AI guidance. We can talk about readiness for the audit. We can talk about AI governance and control designs. Again, if you're not sure what we're going to be looking for, what is required of regulatory frameworks. We can help guide you in those discussions. The SOC 2 examination, for example, is and can be driven through AI expectations. But again, we need to hear from you early on so that we can talk about those, we can get those ready, and we can present them. And then lastly, the SOC 3 is just a public-facing report, and that'll help guide conversations with your clients around how your organization is taking steps to be preventive of AI, like legal action, etc. Okay, so again, talk to us early, start the process early. We're here to help. ControlCase has, you've been hearing from PCI standpoint, ISO, SOC. We are here as subject matter experts, but we all have a collective thought, which is to make this partnership work for our companies. You are our partners. I want to thank you, everybody, and I hope you have a great what's left of the afternoon and great time in Dubai. Hey, Amit, who's doing the introduction? Thank you, sir.
So the last session before we break for tea or coffee is on very, very important and the latest accreditation we received related to defense, particularly CMMC and FedRAMP. It will be led by Eric Winkler, who is our President Federal for ControlCase. Eric has been with ControlCase. I know him as long as the company has been there, because he was the first person to visit our office in Mumbai from US. And that time, when I looked at him, I got frightened because he had enough wealth of knowledge and I was just raw at beginning my career in IT after working for 35 years in engineering companies. But he has been so kind that he is also like a teacher. He tells you how to, and I'm sure same thing happens with clients when he talks to them. And then with him, we have another colleague, Afzal Merchant. He is there from day one. He is our Senior Vice President for Channel Partnership, Product Development, and he is pre-sales support for Asia Pacific in the field of defense, that is CMMC FedRAMP. So the subject which I am being given is the new rules of engagement, securing the defense supply chain with FedRAMP and CMMC 2.0. Over to Eric.
You guys, everybody can hear me all right? Great. So I think, so we're going to cover, basically start with FedRAMP and then move into CMMC. Then we'll cover some of the service offerings that we have here at ControlCase to help secure the defense industrial base. And then we'll have if we have time, we'll do some Q&A. So first of all, I wanted to cover what specifically FedRAMP is at a high level. FedRAMP was established in 2011 and stands for obviously the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program. And the focus of FedRAMP is to basically secure cloud services. So obviously it was established by the Office of Management and Budget. And obviously the intent was to emphasize how you need to protect data used within any type of cloud service. It provides a standardized approach to performing, how to perform a security assessment of a cloud service, whether that service is is SaaS, PaaS, or IaaS. From a stakeholder perspective, there's a number of stakeholders involved in the whole FedRAMP certification process, from federal agencies who are basically contract with the cloud service provider, Also leverage an ATO process that's part of the FedRAMP certification process. And they also implement consumer controls to ensure that consumer data is protected as well. The 3 PAOs, which ControlCase is an authorized and accredited FedRAMP 3 PAO. The 3 PAO provides the independent assessment of the cloud service. We perform both the initial certification assessment in addition to the annual assessment as required by the FedRAMP program. One thing we do not do is consult as part of the audit, so we maintain our independence as a 3 PAO assessor. And then lastly, we have the FedRAMP PMO, who has established the standards and processes that we need to actually carry out the audit. They maintain a secure repository of all of the audit results from every cloud service that has been assessed. And they also can provisionally authorize systems that can be leveraged for use throughout the federal government. In addition, they're rolling out a new program called FedRAMP 20X, which has been in the kind of pilot stage right now and will become a full-blown program within the next year. So what I wanted to do is obviously then as a lead-in, so FedRAMP, obviously the focus of FedRAMP, just to get everybody mindset, is focused on cloud services. So cloud services that would be used in the DoD, they want to be FedRAMP authorized. But to make sure that the infrastructure in use is also compliant, they've established CMMC. CMMC is the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification. It's a framework that's designed by the DoD to standardize the security requirements for all companies handling sensitive data. It provides the DoD with increased assurance that contractors and subcontractors that are meeting the requirements for storing, processing, or transmitting federal contract information, which we call FCI, or controlled unclassified information, which we call CUI. CMMC does apply to all defense industrial base or DIB companies that store, process, or transmit FCI and CUI. That includes any government contractors, subcontractors, and their suppliers. One of the benefits, obviously, of CMMC is it helps you show that you're meeting all of the CMMC requirements required by the DoD and specified as a mandatory component of all DoD contracts. So from the time I would say from the time that information started appearing in contracts, there's going to be start to be enforcement by the DoD to ensure that all contractors, if they're going to be issued the contract, are CMMC certified. So as a background, CMMC is the unifying standard for implementation of cybersecurity across the defense industrial base. It is a tiered model, so there is a level 1, level 2, and level 3 tier. Assessment requirements in the federal regulations they're defined in 32 CFR Part 170, and the implementation is enforced in the actual DoD contracts themselves per 48 CFR and the parts listed there. CMMC obviously ensures that the defense industrial base companies have implemented the appropriate security practices and processes to protect FCI and CUI. So obviously I had mentioned this earlier, FCI is information that's not marked for public release, and it could be information used to develop a product or service for the government. CUI refers to sensitive information that either the government creates or possesses, or it could be also information that the entity creates or possesses on behalf of the government. So both of these two categories of data are critical to be protected under CMMC. As I mentioned earlier, there's three different levels for CMMC certifications. So we have level 3 is the highest. That assessment actually is performed by the audit arm of the Department of Defense, DIBCAC. They perform that assessment every 3 years. There's the level 2 assessment. So as an authorized C3PAO, ControlCase can perform a level 2 assessment of your organization, and we can perform that assessment every 3 years. There is an annual affirmation requirement that each DIB contractor needs to perform. So it's not just an every 3-year certification. They're required to actually perform a self-assessment internally and then show that they've actually performed that assessment during their 3-year annual audit. And then finally, level 1, which is an annual self-assessment, again with annual affirmation. So from level 1 to level 3, we go from 15 controls for level 1, 110 controls for level 2, and 134 controls for level 3. So who does it apply to? Obviously, it applies to defense contractors who store, process, or transmit CUI on their unclassified networks. It also applies to those who store, process, and transmit federal contract information, or any combination of both of those types of data. So comparing the two, just to give you a comparison between FedRAMP and CMMC, two very similar but some specific differences between them as far as what they cover. So FedRAMP obviously focuses on the confidentiality and integrity of all federal data and ensures that federal systems are secure when they are connecting to cloud services. CMMC obviously protects the confidentiality of specifically FCI and CUI handled by contractors. One of the key things to note is if a contractor intends to use a cloud service to provide services to the federal government, they must select a FedRAMP authorized or FedRAMP equivalent cloud service to be in compliance with CMMC. One of the other areas obviously is the definitions of each of the areas. There are 325 controls in FedRAMP moderate and 110 controls in CMMC level 2. You have 18 families of controls in FedRAMP and 14 in CMMC level 2. You'll note there's some similarities, obviously from top to bottom. They're each have very detailed control definition implementation. The difference is CMMC, for CMMC, you define your control implementation in your what they call your system security plan. So you have a lot more control over how you're meeting the controls in CMMC. Governance obviously is defined by FedRAMP and the FedRAMP 3PAO for FedRAMP moderate, but it's defined and performed by the company, by the DIB contractor for CMMC. Lastly, FedRAMP does include penetration testing, which is one of the key aspects of a FedRAMP authorization is you must go through a penetration test as part of the audit. CMMC doesn't have such a requirement, but both of them have a risk process requirement. So you must have some type of risk assessment process that you follow within your organization. And the last thing I wanted to cover here on CMMC is what they call the False Claims Act. So this is actually a federal law that's been in place to ensure that if you're delivering services to the federal government, you're not defrauding the government in any way, and all the services that you provide are in line with a contract that you sign with them. So knowingly submitting false claims or false record statements to get paid by the government is prohibited. So if you generate invoices for services that you didn't provide the government, that could be known as a false claim. Knowingly means actual knowledge, deliberate ignorance, or reckless disregard for the truth in any False Claims Act. It's generally more than an innocent mistake, and a lot of times even saying that you didn't know that you were making such a false claim will still lead to prosecution by the federal government. The penalties for false claims are severe. Any time they identify a false claim, the civil penalties will range anywhere from $14,000 to $28,000 per claim. So if you happen to, in one instance, they had submitted 9,000 fraudulent invoices. Well, for each one of those 9,000, the penalty is, could be near $30,000 per invoice. So the penalties are severe in False Claims Act. The other side of it is there's a key TAM provisions where private citizens or whistleblowers can also file the lawsuits on behalf of the government, and they can also receive a percentage of the judgment that has to be paid to the federal government. So obviously in any CMMC compliance situation, you do not want to falsify any records. You want to make sure that you are truly CMMC compliant, and you don't want to take any chances and expose your organization to false claims. And that's one of the things, obviously, we at ControlCase, when we do perform CMMC certifications, we make sure we have all the evidence to back up your compliance with every one of the 110 CMMC controls. All right. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Affy Merchant.
All right. Hey, thank you, Eric. This was good. Basically, what Eric kind of gave a very high level around the FedRAMP as well as the CMMC certification and the frameworks, what it is. I'm going to take a little deeper dive into what our service offerings are, which basically what we provide out there to the defense industrial base, which can be also in the international marketplace, right? So although it is a US-centric framework, there are lots of organizations out here in the Middle East region, in APAC region, in Europe, and elsewhere globally who fall under the categorization of DIB, which is Defense Industrial Base. They might not be directly working with the Department of Defense in US, but they probably are providing services to US prime contractors. So what do we provide? And this is a deep segregation. That's why I've kind of kept it as two separate ones. One, we can either assist organizations in readiness, or we can essentially do the certifications. It's a very thick, dark line between what we can provide as part of our accreditation process with the Cyber AB and the other boards. To keep it segregated, as such, we can only do readiness or only do the certifications, right? So there's always that thick line. From a FedRAMP readiness services, we have advisory services. We have the SSP documentation, which is a very much needed path or a document as part of the actual FedRAMP certification, right? So the system security plan has to be available. We can assist organizations to kind of create and develop that systems security plan. We do assessment review services. So SAR, RAR, these are the services which we provide. From a CMMC, the same pieces. Level 1 self-assessment assistance is available. We can do gap assessment services, which is based on the NIST 800 171 revision 2 framework. So we can do the gap assessment. And on the certification side, so if the organization is ready to provide, to get started with the actual certification or the audit process, we are the accredited 3PAO to conduct the FedRAMP 3PAO certification services or the CMMC C3PAO level 2 certification services. So again, two separate buckets of service offerings from ControlCase. We can do either or, but we can do both together. We cannot kind of combine the whole services as we could probably do in certain other frameworks such as PCI. So that's the big difference. But we provide both because, we can, that's where how we kind of get clients who are doing certain other services with us, certification services, we can bring it all together. All right. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about CMMC in the international market space, right? Even when you look at, if you fall under the so-called quote-unquote DIB category or contractors as a defense industrial base, CMM, and even if your location is outside of the US, you still fall under the regime of conducting the CMMC. So applicability is beyond USA borders. It is not specific to the location, but it is specific to the services which are being provided. So that's a very important piece to be considered. When you plan, you have to look at the data residency and cross-border data transfers. As Eric mentioned, CUI and FCI becomes a very important aspect around it. So you need to make sure that how you're transferring that data, how it's going to be part of the Export Control Act. Where is this data going to be resided? You have to have a good understanding of those pieces. You need to plan around as to how the CUI and FCI data will be used. Assessment readiness and C3PO availability. ControlCase is one of these companies which are global, right? So we have the knowledge, we have the expertise, we have the resources across the globe. We know A to Z of how to assist clients, whether it's from a readiness or a certification perspective in the global market. And that's very important when it comes to providing any kind of assessment readiness services or the actual C3PO audit services, because we have the capability, we know the culture part of it, we know the restrictions, we know how the local data laws would be applicable, we understand the different aspects around the local regulations and what kind of data has to be maintained, what has to be the hosting provider, so on and so forth. So we can work with you when it comes to providing the readiness or the actual C3PO services. And most of the C3PO are more concentrated in the US region. We are one of the very, very few ones which has the global presence. So I think us being out here in this region working with the international DIBs would make a lot more sense. So we could kind of work with you based on your time zone and other requirements. As I said, if you as a DIB and you're working with a US prime contractor, but you do have certain vendors where you're outsourcing certain aspects of the work, everybody falls under the CMMC certification, right? So if the CUI flows from the US prime contractor to you guys as a DIB and further down, everyone falls in, right? Maybe even your MSPs whose services you are using, but you are kind of using their hosting services or any other support or security services. It basically flows through. When you plan, you need to know A to Z, the whole path where the CUI data is flowing, and all of those companies or organizations or vendors would come under the purview of the CMMC certification. Our advice to the clients right at the beginning of the gate, right when we get started, engage early with your US prime contractors to know whether the RFPs and other places where you're working or you would be bidding for, does it have any kind of CMMC requirements, okay? Have a CMMC readiness checklist available so you know what are the pieces to look at. We have these things available. We are available all the time to kind of have a word with you, discuss with you as to what we can assist you. What do you have to kind of bring together even before you plan and budget for the CMMC certification, okay? Avoid self-interpretation of a CUI scope. It is, it is simple as well as at the same time it's kind of complex to essentially identify what's CUI, what's your information which is available from the US prime contractors or other from Department of Defense. Avoid doing a self-interpretation of that. Bring the experts into the room so we can assist to identifying what it is which will essentially define the scope. As of today, we have close to about 100 clients, as Mike had mentioned earlier during the day. We have actually certified more than 20 plus clients with CMMC Level 2 certification. So we have the depth of knowledge which is needed to provide the services in this particular arena. Plan for your legal review for cross-border data handling, because that's very important. It becomes part, all of these data also becomes part of the ITAR. So make sure that you are planning right when it comes to the data which you're moving across borders, specifically the CUI. All right. 10-step approach, right? I was talking about the readiness checklist. It is a little more detailed, but here's a little 10-step approach of what we need to do when you're thinking about CMMC. Contract or subcontractors requiring CMMC certification, right? So think through the whole supply chain which would need the CMMC certification. You could fall under any, right? You could be directly related to a US prime contractor. You could be related to the subcontractor, which is essentially related to the US prime contractor. You could be an MSP handling the CUI data. So a variety of organizations come under the purview of CMMC. Identify whether you're going to be handling or working with FCI or CUI, because that's needed. Based on that, you can identify whether the required level is level 1 or level 2. So that's the second piece. Define the scope of your CMMC. Are you bringing a specific enclave of that particular technology, which is going to be part of your CMMC? Or are you going to bring the whole enterprise into play when it comes to the CMMC certification? CMMC framework is based on NIST 800-171 Rev 2. So make sure those controls are implemented correctly. Document your CMMC system security plan. Most important piece of document which is needed when it comes to your CMMC certification, right? This is not a simple document. It has all the details of every single control mentioned by NIST 800-171, explicitly defined in there of how you have implemented, what are the control inputs, how mature that control is. Every single piece has to be defined in there. It's kind of like the Bible of getting your CMMC certification, right? It has detailed, oriented description of every single control. The document is, I think, probably 200, 300 plus pages. So make sure you have that available or plan to have somebody who's dedicated, who has the experience and the knowledge to put that particular document in place. Address your data residency and export control requirements. That's needed when it comes to the international markets. How does it affect with your actual export control requirements, and where is the data being residing, the CUI data specifically in your environment. Prepare your evidence using the SSP as the roadmap. So once you put the control document together, every single place where you've mentioned how you're meeting that control requirement and that particular control objective, you have to have evidences in place available as part of your audit process. So make sure you have your evidences available aligned with every single control which is mentioned within your SSP. Undergo a self-assessment, which is L1, or a C3PO assessment, and L2. We could assist you with that. Record your certification result scores in your SPRS system. Provide it across to your provide those across to your US prime vendors as to what your SPRS score is. There are other areas of need which you need, like you have to have the cage code and so on and so forth, which you get registered. But that's where you will have an SPRS score, which should be provided. And then again, maintain compliance and flow down to all suppliers, right? Very important. The buck doesn't stop at you if you have other vendors which you are using to provide the services to the end client, which is the Department of Defense. All of those vendors come under the purview depending on if you're passing on the CUI information for whether it is being stored, processed, or transmitted at the vendor's end. So a 10-step process in here, I've kind of condensed it, made it 10. Actually, it was 5-step. I wanted to keep it brief. Then Eric convinced me to say, hey, let's be a little more explicit, define everything very well. So here it is, a 10-step approach. The readiness checklist, which I spoke about in the earlier slide, that is much more detailed information which we can provide you when you think about having the services in place. Now, the last part around it is how we work in this marketplace when it comes to providing services to DIBs which are out here, right? You all very well know US Department of Defense has lot of army bases in the Middle East, in Asia Pac, in Japan, and Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Iraq, all of the other places. So there are a lot of companies which provide services, directly or indirectly to these US Department of Defense, right? Everyone comes under the purview of doing these services. I'm going to be meeting with a couple of organizations, heads over here, talking about these partnerships as to how we could work in the region to provide C3PO assessment services or the readiness services, right? Either or again, but how we could do in terms of working in the international market, in the Middle East market, to conduct the C3PO services. Now, there are a lot of local, so the way we have kind of defining the partnership model is the local Middle East firms or / any other organizations, which are out here locally. And that's how I started a long time back when we are doing PCI in Ethiopia and Egypt and elsewhere. But the local partnerships, the local firms can provide the readiness assessments, they can do the gap analysis, they can do the remediation support, policy procedure development, okay? And we as a C3PO can come and do the CMMC level 2 assessment and services, right? So readiness can be done by the partners. We could come in at the back end, totally segregated, separated, and we can do the services. Or we could assist the local companies to provide these with our expertise and the knowledge around what CMMC is, what is CUI, what's defined as CUI, so on and so forth. But if we assist along with the partner company to do any of these readiness services, but obviously we cannot do the actual certification, but we are open to do any of these things based on the opportunity and what we work with initially, how we start to work with. CMMC partners in the Middle East, right? I've kind of just mentioned few partner types which I could think of. If it's a local cybersecurity firm, their role would be to do readiness and remediation, right? If it's compliant consulting companies, they can do a policy and governance areas, right? MSSPs could do the secure operations, but we could partner with them to provide the CMMC certification services. Cloud providers, hosting providers, which are hosting CUI data, we could partner with those. Legal and export control advisors, they do the aspects around the ITAR, EAR, export regulations. So we could align with them and provide the C3PO assessment services. But the last authorized C3POs, which we are in the marketplace, that's where our interest is. That's what we do as part of our services, whether it comes to PCI or any other framework. That's where we thrive at. That's where our experience, expertise, and we have a lot, many like 3,000 plus clients where we are doing certification. So our focus has always been on the C3PO assessment services, but we can work with these different partner types like cybersecurity firms and MSPs to kind of work with them, get the knowledge sharing going on for their end clients, and do the actual certification services. I would use the last 5 minutes if there are any questions. Me and Eric, we both are available today as well as tomorrow. If you think of questions at a later point, or if there are any questions right now, we would be happy to address it. Oh my God. We are right here in this.
Hello. Yeah, why only Middle East? I think Asia Pacific. What he forgets is what I love the most. He forgets because I come from manufacturing sector after 35 years of working there. And when I was talking to a few of our friends here, I think they're supplying a lot of parts, a lot of software, a lot of things to Boeing, Airbus, etc., ultimately being used for US defense. And therefore, I wish to tell, because FE covered Middle East, which is good, because he takes pride in repeating what he did for PCI, and I'm very grateful to you, FE, for that. But I think, like Mike mentioned, APAC market is growing very fast, so we should cover both Middle East and APAC covers Africa, because for me, African market is also growing very fast. So please, my colleagues on the sales side, pay attention to FE, but also to me sometime, and thank you. So we'll break now for that cup of tea and then meet again in 15 minutes so that we can conclude, or 30 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. We can conclude with a photograph and a concluding session, followed by waiting for you people to join us back at 7 o'clock for a gala dinner. Thank you. Sectors to be available in 3 different forums. One of them is today, now, which is basically banking, financial institution, and service provider. We'll be having experts from banks, experts from service providers, payment service providers, and financial institutions. Idea is to have these experts, 7 or 8 of them, together with our experts who will interact so that our experts do their best to draw best out of those gentlemen or ladies who are there and bring it in front of all of us so that we become better in our knowledge about banks, financial institution, payment service provider, and others. With that, may I request Satya to take over? Or let me, of course, I don't have to reintroduce Satya and Pramod. They are the one who are going to manage and moderate. But I'll request Satya to please call upon the panel members or executive forum members to come on the stage and get started. We can go until 5:15, Satya. And then we'll cut short the last session, but we'll still close at 5:30. Okay? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. For this executive panel discussion or forum, which is focused on very specifically payments and BFSI, I would like to first invite Mr. Bharat Panchal, Chief Risk and Regulatory Officer of Discover. Bharat. Next, I would like to call upon Nitin Bhatnagar from PCI SSC. He is the Regional Director, India, Southeast Asia and Middle East for PCI. Nitin. I would like to call upon Sandeep D'Souza of Keynote. He is a Vice President, Information Security with Keynote. Sandeep, please. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Solomon from Vegajan Bank. He is a Deputy CEO of Technologies. Next, I would like to call Mr. Shimilis, who's the CIO with Coop Bank. Mr. Shimilis, please. Next, from Fowry Banking and Payment Technology Services, I would like to call upon Mr. Hissam Muwad. He is the CISO. Premier Switch Solutions, Mr. Amma. He is the CEO. Mr. Amma, please come on the stage. Next is Abhay Bank, basically Mr. BK, who's the manager of IT security. And the last, but not the least, Mr. Adarsh Kumar from Finable. He's the head of information security and compliance. Please have a seat. Can you just shift this side? Yeah. One by one, I think, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So such a powerful forum here. You can see there are multiple banks, multiple service providers, and we are going to have, we also have payment card brands as well as PCI Council here on the stage. And we are going to have a very insightful discussion / the best practices which we can hear from all these experts from various industries so that, everyone can benefit out of this particular discussion. So why don't you, Pramod, kick off the discussion?
Sure. Again, I would like to welcome all the panelists. Thanks for your time. So, I think we have a half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with payment services, industries and all, right? We have seen scoping or PCI scope creep or expansion is one of the common concerns, right? So with payment environments growing fast, new merchants getting onboarded, API integration, right? What have been your biggest scoping headaches, right? And how you overcome them or how you address them?
And maybe, just to start with this question, I would like to, request Sandeep to start because, this question is very specifically focused on service providers and who else better can, answer this. To start off with, at least Sandeep.
Yeah, okay, good, I'm audible. Yeah, scope creep is inevitable, you cannot stop it. You need to have processes in place, a good network segmentation. The technology landscape is constantly evolving. Like you said, there is API integrations, there are third-party integrations, there are cloud integrations. There are new systems that are coming into the picture. We recently launched last year instant payment. So we had to actually make sure that the instant payment systems are somehow part of your not transmitting any card data. So how can we move it out of scope? So the question was, we need to first understand what is in scope, what is out of scope, what is CDE, what is non-CDE. So all these particular requirements, you need to understand it clearly so that you can then make a call what system falls under what segment. And to do this, if you are treating scoping as a one-time activity, you obviously going to fall somewhere down the line, because the moment you have to treat it like a living process. Because the moment you stop it, believe me, the scope is going to change, and payment is constantly evolving, so you will not have any good control on it. And for that, you need to have continuous process from a people, process, technology perspective, which will allow you to give visibility into your network. So I know I don't want to prolong it. We have a lot of members here, so I'll just cut it short. And this is what it is.
Sure.
Treat it like a living process is what I would say.
Absolutely. I think Keynote being, one of the, payment gateway, which is important for this region. Similar, I would like to just ask Mr. Amma, from PSS, again, payment gateway of that scale for, the African region. When you look at, the scope creep where PCI or any other standard matters, what are the best practices you are following?
Thank you. Thank you, ControlCase, for having me. I think from a scoping perspective, in terms of PCI, for us, it's been, the 4.0 adoption has been, this year. So that has been, a challenge for us in terms of major change that you need to do. You've been highlighting in the morning, there's a kind of, some of the issues when you see in terms of scoping. So for us, in terms of, the DR, the data center change and the infrastructure change that we've been through was a lot, and managing 4.0 for PCI, again, was some of the challenge. So in terms of managing change was something that we had to deal with. And in terms of PCI scoping for PSS specifically, we have just finalized PCI 3DS and card provisioning service this year in July and December. So those came consecutively for us. So scoping those together was a very big challenge for us in terms of resource assignment, training, some of the physical kind of requirements when it comes to the card provisioning service. Those are the scoping challenges that we had, and especially on the CPP side, we had a lot of challenge in terms of the physical, requirements that has to be met.
Adarsh, can you just add quick comment on that from a, your perspective, quick?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. First of all, thank you for inviting me to the conference. So I feel from the scoping perspective, it's very important to have a scoping workshop internally, wherein we have a very clear segmentation of a CD and non-CD environment. We also have data level architectures. We have when all the assets are in cloud, so we should have an asset inventory which is there in runtime basis, where those discovery mechanisms are in place. Then data flow diagrams are there, which exactly show how the data is flowing from one segment to other segment. Then you have the entire architecture in place where each of the components of the CD is mentioned. So I feel that workshop is very much important before we go into audit. And also we should have, what the best practice I could say is, just before an audit, we have an introductory warming up with the auditor, pre-audit formalities happen. I think that is also when these discussions need to happen with the auditor at the face value.
Yeah. Okay. I think let me ask next question to Bharat, who's also known by name called as Risky Monk, right? You come from Discover, and you have wealth of knowledge and experience from past organizations like NPCI. From a card brand perspective, what are the biggest blind spots you see in how organizations manage the third party and service provider risks? Again, you can give your opinion. I know you have given already the disclaimer.
Well, thank you. For card service provider, card network provider per se, they have a little larger responsibility compared to the service provider. There's a clear difference, because they need to define the rule. At the same time, they are also responsible to ensure that compliance is embedded in the overall environment the card is working. Let me shift a little bit from there to the era of India's digital revolution, where we did this completely fresh set of experience, what the world is watching us as UPI, the flagship thing what we did design. So, one of the things is when you are not knowing anything and or you don't have any legacy, it gives a lot of freedom for you to play with the system, right? And that is where you get a lot of kind of experience you bring in to design the control. And that's where probably the card network or the service kind of network like NPCI or Discover, Visa, Master, or everybody, we have little larger upper hand in terms of defining the role. Uh, One important aspect I think I must bring here that you need to bring you need to bring alignment with the regulator, because when it comes to regulator, let's not keep them at kind of roadblock, because they have far more visibility, far more kind of insight about the ecosystem what they want to see from now. And regulatory intervention or regulatory controls should be taken as a complement, because when they ask something, it can be taken as a baseline and then can be added by SOC 2 or PCI or everything. And that is how the networks or the large ecosystem is getting evolved, especially in country like India, where 1.4 billion people are transacting today in UPI. It has all mix up the flavor what I just explained. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I think thanks for that insight.
Thanks. So, moving on next to the banking and financial services organization. Audit fatigue is one common concern because this organization deal with multiple compliance standards like PCI, SOX, SOC, regulator audits, internal audits, and all. So, how do you address or manage that audit fatigue within organizations and all?
And maybe I would like to have this response from Solomon, Chimilis, and Hisam and BK from you as well. Because you have that larger perspective as a bank. So, Solomon, please.
Thank you very much for having me. It was a very interesting day. We have been learning a lot throughout the day. It's a very good question, in fact. And as we are now running with a number of complaints from one standard to another standard, there is a fatigue that's happening everywhere and consuming our resource, our time, our experts' ample time. So from that perspective, from my experience in the last few years, what we're trying to do is to frame the basic compliance that can be shared across the standards, because at the end of the day, we are going to do the more or less trying to comply with compliance with regard of security to protect the bank that we are running or we are working with. So from that perspective, what we do is we do the common ones and empower our internal team to capture the real essence of the framework behind, so that has to be shared across the frameworks in place. And with that, we can reduce ample time from our routine. Otherwise, it's going to be duplicate effect, duplicate time. And from that, I think even for the compliance and framework developers, I think it's this time we have to focus on some minimal, because the AI is already there. So the AI has to bring some sort of commonality across the platforms. And that would be something that we'll be looking for, I think, for the interest of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Solomon has already raised some of the points. But what I wanted to add is the first thing is it needs a centralized GRC.
Let me just, in a couple of minutes, conclude the day. And I will, though we had said photograph now, but it will be during the dinner period, during the dinner time, because I think some of people are missing now. So we'll have it at the dinner time. So ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the end of the day one of our summit, I want to take a moment to thank you all for your incredible energy and engagement. We began this morning with a vision for the future, Mike elaborated, and seeing the room filled with leaders from across the globe who took sufficient interest. It's you who have made us grow, and it's you who will make us further grow. We are there today because of you. Today we navigated the complex landscape of 2026, which kicked off with Troy Leach's deep dive into agentic AI and transformative power in payments. What stood out from Troy and Nitin's presentation is the emphasis on shared responsibility. Standards bodies, cloud providers, enterprises, regulators, all must collaborate to ensure AI is deployed with transparency, resilience, and accountability. The afternoon sessions were equally vital. We explored the cyber arms race and how to build defense in an AI-powered world. We also address the critical blind spots in third-party risk and rigorous requirements for FedRAMP and CMMC 2.0. Most recently, our Executive Leadership Forum highlighted the unique challenges facing the payment and BFSI sectors. The common thread today is clear. Compliance is no longer just a box to check. It's a strategic consequence of doing business securely. As we transition from these sessions, I encourage you to carry the conversation forward in the evening when you are meeting during dinner and tomorrow, so that if there's any lack of clarity, it should be clarified. And then, of course, we are always there to be as a partners to be with you. Tomorrow, we'll continue to build on this foundation. Let's take the insights from our experts, from PCI updates to AI defense strategies, and turn them into actionable roadmaps for our respective organizations. And since Troy and Nitin and all experts will be here, it'll be good because as Nitin keeps saying that industry's involvement, Troy says same thing. I think we learn from each other. The standards are made based on your experience. And when we talk to you, one audit was not grown out of nothing. We looked at your pain points when we came that you are getting every quarter one single auditor coming to you, and you have, by the time you resolve the issues, the next auditor comes. And we said, no, it's not on. And we created one audit. And similarly, continuous compliance was a byproduct of one audit because there has to be calendar. So all these, what we have done is based on our collective wisdom, your experience, both from standards, regulatory bodies, and you people who are experiencing day-to-day things, apart from your business, which is prime objective, which cannot stop, like Sandeep mentioned. But at the same time, it will stop forever if your image is destroyed. So let's work together and let's see tomorrow. Please join us at 7 o'clock for dinner, and we'll find time in between to call you inside for a photograph, because I think right now some people have gone, so we'll meet together. So thank you very much and see you at 7 o'clock. Thank you. One-year certification. We welcome them to the family and say that we are going to look at you when you become 15 years partners. So we'll start with that. And Ranjita, where are you? Let's start. Let's start. Yeah. So where is Harsh? You'll announce, right? You have the list. From TechLine or somebody from Versos? Satya, is mic coming? Okay, I think while Mike is busy outside, may I request Josh and Shamla and Satya to be on the stage. So as I mentioned that every year we recognize our partners, our customers for their certifications. Some of them are the first year one and they are first time certification, and therefore we start with them and we always wish that we are going to be there forever and then follow with subsequent. So I'll request Harsh to start.
So we'll start with Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, ADIB.
Is someone from ADIB there? Okay, not there. Next one.
Next we have Victrix.
Okay, next one, second one. Please come. So this is first time certification and Victrix. Next one.
Ascendian Digital Solutions Private Limited. Yeah, you can call him. I mean, we'll give it. Yes, Tamas can call. Now, while they come here, let me say that we are very extremely delighted to give this certificate to the CIO who has been working with 3 banks who have been certified. First one was Zeman Bank. Of course, Mr. Amma was the CIO then. Mr.
Dashan Bank, and this is the third one where I see him. But more importantly, that within a year span, less than a year, we did PCI and ISO both for them. Wish you all the best and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Digital Hotelier Software Solutions, LLC. Services Private Limited. Middle East Payment Services. Nepal Electronic Payment Systems Limited.
Mr. Allah. Let me just briefly tell you that UNB Egypt, we have been certifying them for PCI, and they have been having unbroken record of being certified continuously with not even single day delay. And then I'm very proud of to say that it chose us to continue for ISO 27001, and they had a target of less than 8 weeks. And thanks to our team, working with them, Rashmi and Manim and the team, we worked together and we achieved the target. They got the certification before. And with that success, even before we could hand over the certificate to them, we also got 22301, which is business continuity. And again, the target is 8 weeks. We are nearly there. And before we do that, I'm looking at 9001 is the next one. So I'm very proud of our association with UNB, and I hope that this keeps growing and we maintain all certifications and then go to one audit. it very fast. In less than a year, complete certification process for PCI.
Silver Payment Technologies Private Limited.
Mike, we are waiting for you. Mike, please come. First year certifications. This is Zolo Pay.
NMC Healthcare.
Healthcare.
Al Birla for Investment.
Yeah, there. Now 5 years. And those now who have been with us for more than 5 years. Finished 1 year. Now
AB Bank. SC.
proud of. When I visited the health company, high tech, absolute high tech. He will help you to get all your children. Inshallah.
Operator payment system. Sampat Bank.
Sampat Bank from Sri Lanka. I think.
Soft space.
Like brand is very highly technology, and soft space is fastest upcoming company in this business in Malaysia. Very proud of having soft space.
Commercial Bank of Dubai. Emirates Integrated Telecom Company, TU. JetBlue Airways Corporation.
Come up. Janal, come up.
STC. Support Ninja INC. Vietnam Payment Solution Joint Stock Company. Wangwa Bank. Tap payment. Vodafone Qatar. PCD Travel. Bergen Bank. National Payment Corporation of Vietnam. PT Prismalink International. Finsol Consultancy Private Limited. Seven Bank. Solutions Private.
Deepika Jangir is there.
American Express. Jordan Islamic Bank. Premier Switch Solution.
Certifying them for almost 10 years. All the best.
Emergent solutions. TN form commercial joint stock. Union Bank of Colombo. Emergent technologies. Imagine well-put-in retail. Bank West.
Not them. They were there, not making any. Bank Mr. MR. Not them.
Explio Solutions.
Explio. Explio. Deepika.
Associate Monitoring Curies.
SMT. You can come. Yeah. Please come. Deepika, we want you. Please come. Deepika.
Non-bank.
Unbank.
Keynote.
Caroline, you can come. Adam from TechLine. Right, I think, thank you very much, Mike, Josh, Shamla, Satya. Thank you very much. There's a lucky draw. That's already decided.
Thank you everyone in attendance for this wonderful day. We now complete our awards night with the moment that everyone has been waiting for since morning. We will finally have the lucky draw. So the first winner is number 140. Anyone with number 140? Next winner that we have is number 107. Number 60. Number 124. Number 45.
Those who are not there, we'll keep for next 16 hours, we'll keep their prize. After that, I will take the ownership. Thank you. your dinner and drinks, and we'll all have get together while having drink and dinners.